cross nih, jadi antara desainer, supplier, terus ada kontraktor juga, beberapa saya bahkan lihat ada yang developer gitu ya. Jadi sangat bagus karena ini jadi platform yang saling bertemu dari berbagai bidang yang biasanya kalau nggak di acara seperti ini nggak ketemu. Ibaratnya melting pot.
Cara yang boleh bilang besar dan memberi satu penghargaan untuk developer dan arsitek supaya kita ini juga mempunyai satu optimisme ya ke depan ini bahwa kita ini sudah secara internasional dihargai, dan kita mengharapkan acara ini semakin tahun semakin bagus, semakin besar supaya kita sebagai developer maupun arsitek-arsitek di Indonesia ini semakin termotivate dan semakin optimis terhadap market developer properti.
Jotun's long-term focus on innovation and sustainability has led to a selection of green building solutions. A set of environmentally friendly paints and coatings compliant with the latest green building certification standards. Jotun is chosen by leading architects and developers all over the world to protect their most iconic buildings and their most important assets, proving our uncompromising quality in diverse, harsh climates. Our green building solutions include a wide selection of low VOC decorative paints, steel protection, passive fire protection coatings, and flooring systems, and also powder coatings with non-hazardous materials for building components and reinforcement steel bars. The products included in the green building solutions are hand-picked for their green profiles, without compromising on performance and lifetime. Jotun Green Building Solutions. The global source, the single source, the proven source.
kriss-cross nih, jadi antara desainer, supplier, terus ada kontraktor juga. Beberapa saya bahkan lihat ada yang developer gitu ya. Jadi sangat bagus karena ini jadi platform yang saling bertemu dari berbagai bidang yang biasanya kalau nggak di acara seperti ini nggak ketemu. Ibaratnya melting pot.
Cara yang boleh bilang besar dan memberi satu penghargaan untuk developer dan arsitek supaya kita ini juga mempunyai satu aktivisme ya ke depan ini bahwa kita ini sudah secara internasional dihargai, dan kita mengharapkan acara ini semakin tahun semakin bagus, semakin besar supaya kita sebagai developer maupun arsitek-arsitek di Indonesia ini semakin termotivate dan semakin optimis terhadap market developer properti.
Jotun's long-term focus on innovation and sustainability has led to a selection of green building solutions. A set of environmentally friendly paints and coatings compliant with the latest green building certification standards. Jotun is chosen by leading architects and developers all over the world to protect their most iconic buildings and their most important assets, proving our uncompromising quality in diverse, harsh climates. Our green building solutions include a wide selection of low VOC decorative paints, steel protection, passive fire protection coatings, and flooring systems, and also powder coatings with non-hazardous materials for building components and reinforcement steel bars. The products included in the green building solutions are hand-picked for their green profiles, without compromising on performance and lifetime. Jotun Green Building Solutions. The global source, the single source, the proven source.
Honorable Head of Foundation of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Insinyur Edi R. Sinulinga, MBA, Honorable Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Daniswara K. Haryono, SH, MH, MBA, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Insinyur Galuh Widiati, MSc, Director of Postgraduate Program, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Bintang Simbolon, MSc, distinguished speakers, presenters, and all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, welcome to Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and welcome to the first ICoSAE, or International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering, with the theme Building Infrastructure and Technology Towards Society 5.0. Let's give a big round of applause for today's international conference. This international conference is organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia, with a sponsorship by Jotun, Vin Sekayu Furniture, PT Mahakarya 3 Esa, and Mr. Saud Munte. And our media partner for this conference are BCI Asia, Construction Plus, Catalog Pro, and Asrinesia. We would like to inform you that BCI Asia and Construction Plus will give you a voucher worth 500,000 rupiah for 5 people by go to your Instagram and follow at Construction Plus Asia and at First ICoSAE. or @one STICOSAE. Then take a selfie with BCI Asia magazine that we have distributed to you before. And you can put the caption, join webinar first ICoSAE with us. And Catalog Pro and Asrinesia will also give you interesting merchandise if you ask any questions during panel session. Construction Plus will give you 1 year subscription free for Construction App Plus. Simply for 10 lucky winners, you simply go to Instagram at Construction Plus Asia and you send the DM the format ICOSAI and construction and wait for the confirmation. For your information, this program will be aired on Nusantara TV. And a gentle reminder, please keep your microphone muted until you are allowed to speak by the committee during this conference. My name is Herto Bastian Abul, and I am your Master of Ceremony for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering in an open prayer led by Mr. Sudarno Tampu Bolon, ST MSc.
Morning. Good morning, everyone. Before we start our conference this morning, I want to invite you to pray. I will lead in Christian. I hope too you can pray according to your religion. Let us pray together. Heavenly Father, thank you for this time. Thank you for this morning, God. We can gather together to do our conference, the first for the Faculty Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Heavenly Father, for this morning, we pray for this seminar, for conference. I hope you will lead the keynote speaker and also who will participate for this conference. You lead us so this conference can well. Father in heaven, in this morning also, we pray for this conference in the beginning until the end. I hope you can protect this conference. We have so many sins, God. Please forgive us so we can receive your blessing. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and we say thanks. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Tampu Bolon. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem and followed by March of Universitas Kristen Indonesia.
Indonesia, berbangsa universitas kita, pelambang ilmu dan budaya bangsa, turut membina pendidikan kita. Dan kami mahasiswa-mahasiswinya bersama mengejar ilmu dan cita-cita, mengabdi membina nusa negeri kita yang jaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Thank you. Welcome remarks by the head of the committee, Mrs. Ulinata STRs MT.
Of Faculty of Engineering, Mr. Insinyur Bambang Widodo, MT, Studi Program of Electrical Engineering. Mr. Diki Antonius, STMSC, Studi Program of Mechanical Engineering. Mr. Insinyur Sahala Simatupang, MT, Studi Program of Architecture. Mrs. Insinyur Risma M. Simanjuntak, M. Engineering, Studi Program of Civil Engineering. Mrs. Professor Dr. Ing Uras Sihaan Likrarek, Studi Program of Magister Architecture. Mr. Leonard Lisapali, PhD, Studi Program of Magister Electrical Engineering. Honorable Plenary Speaker, Mr. Professor Ismunandar, PhD, from Ministry of Research and Technology. Honorable Keynote Speaker, Mr. Professor Dong Seong Kim, PhD, from Kumuh National Institute of Technology, Republic of Korea. Mr. Professor Manikrit Parnikun, from Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Mr. Professor Insinyur Dr. Johannes Widodo, M.Arch Engineering, from National University of Singapore. Mrs. Professor Dr. Ing Urasihaan Likrarek, from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Jakarta. Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Sawafi Muhzain, from Unimas, Malaysia. And also distinguished presenter and participant. First of all, let us say praise to God for His blessing of life and health to us, so that today we can attend this webinar. Also, we thank very much to you all for your attendance in this webinar as honorable guests, plenary speaker, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants. This webinar named International Conference on Architecture and Engineering is the first, and hopefully in the coming years, this webinar can be held again. Theme of the first ICoSAE is Building, Infrastructure, and Technology Towards Society 5.0. The general objective of the webinar is to facilitate academics, practitioners, researchers, and students all over the world in sharing of knowledge and experience in the scientific fields of architecture and engineering in relation to sustainable environment. In particular, in this first webinar, we will address and discuss how buildings, infrastructure, and technology should be developed to enter Society 5.0. The total number of papers that has been submitted to be discussed today are 84 papers from 98 abstract collected, and total number of all participants more than 300 people. The participants are researchers from 23 universities originate from 6 countries, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, Singapore, Thailand, and also Vietnam. The papers submit and present are planned to be published in Scopus Index Proceeding, IOP Conference Series, Earth and Environmental Science. I also would like to thank you and the great appreciation to all the committees, sponsors, media partners, and all parties who support the webinar ICoSAE event. Hopefully, our first ICoSAE webinar activities will take place smoothly. Success for all of us. Thank you. Salam, Uki Hebat.
Thank you, Mrs. Uliana. Opening speech by Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Daniswara K. Haryono, SH, MH, MBA.
Thank you. Shalom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Viva UKI. The Honorable Chairman of Foundation of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Bapak Edi R. Sinulinga, MBA, and also the Deans of Faculties and Director of Postgraduate Universitas Kristen Indonesia and all the UKI members, the Honorable Speakers, Mr. Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, Minister of Research Technology and Head of National Innovation Research of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Professor Dong Seong Kim from Kumoh National Institute of Technology, Republic of Korea, Mr. Prof. Manukit Panikun from ASEAN Institute of Technology, Thailand, Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Johannes Widodo from National University of Singapore, Mr. Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Safawi Muhammad Zain from University Malaysia Sarawak, Mrs. Professor Dr. Urasya Haan from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and our moderator today, Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles Ope Marpaung, MS, from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and all the participants who already joined this international conference, which come from many cities in Indonesia, and also participants from Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. Good morning. First of all, let us thanks to our God, the Almighty, for His blessing for us. And I believe because of His grace, we all have the opportunity to be together here, attend to this very meaningful occasion. On behalf of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, I am greatly honored and pleased to welcome you all to the first international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering with the theme Building Infrastructure and Technology Towards Society 5.0, organized by Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Universitas Kristen Indonesia was established in 1953, has been committed to implement what we call as a Tridharma perguruan tinggi in order to prepare our young generation, not only the knowledge, but also the skill they needed when they come into the marketplace. Currently, UKI has more than 50,000 alumni spread through Indonesia and broad, holding various positions in the government sectors of this country, as well as in private institutions, such as private organizations, and even in large companies through Indonesia. For this reason, UKI continues to improve itself to provide the best service for lectures and more specifically for the student. I believe everyone has already know about the called pandemic of COVID-19, and we are ready or not have to facing new era or new normal life. Many things also change in education. We need more understanding how to implement the concept of education to our students. The lecturer also have to prepare themselves how to use the technology when they teach the students. As we know, Society 5.0 is a future society in which robotic and other innovative technology will be used to maximum effect for the optimization of individuals' life and society as whole, a future society that leverages technology to achieve economic advancement and solve problem peoples. To create a society where people can get product and services they needed, we need solid buildings and infrastructures and technological innovation for daily life, in industrial activity and mobility of people. Architects and engineers, as well as architectural, structural, mechanical, and electrical researchers and educators of these fields have become a key players in realization of Society 5.0. And now, I proudly open this conference officially in the name of God. Finally, I would like also to congratulate of all you, and hopefully this international conference is useful for all of us. God bless us all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you. UKI hebat.
Thank you so much, Rector of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Daniswara Kaharyono, SH, MH, MBA. Ladies and gentlemen, now the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Insinyur Galuh Widati, and Director of Postgraduate Program, Dr. Bintang Tampu Bolon, accompanied by Head of the Committee, will beat the gong to open this international conference officially. Let's give a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now official that the first international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering, or ICoSAE, the first ICoSAE, has begun. Thank you so much.
Tes. Tes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the plenary sessions. There will be 3 plenary sessions with the distinguished speakers for the plenary session 1, 2, and 3. Professor Dr. Ismunandar, as the representative of the Ministry of Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Manukit Parmichkan from Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, and Professor Dong Seong Kim from Kumo National Institute of Technology, Republic of Korea. Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung, MS, will moderate the 3 sessions. Before we invite Professor Marpaung to come on stage, allow me to read a brief introduction about him. Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung, MS, is a professor at Postgraduate Program Electrical Engineering Master Program, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. He got his Doctor of Engineering from Energy Economics and Planning, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand in 1998. He has written for numerous publications, both in international referred journals and in accredited national journals. One of them is in 2019 with the title Techno-Economic Analysis of Microgrid System to Increase Electricity Access in Rural Areas, published in International Journal of Smart Grid and Sustainable Energy Technologies. He has done a considerable amount of research and participated in both international and national conferences too. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give our moderator a big round of applause, Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung, MS. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the plenary session of the first International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering. I will chair the sessions from morning until afternoon. The first session, the morning session, there will be 3 speakers, as mentioned by the Master of Ceremony before. They are Professor Ismunandar from the Ministry of Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, and then Professor Manukit Parmichkan from the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, and then Professor Dong Seong Kim from the Seoul National University, South of Korea. For the first speaker is Professor Ismunandar. Before he delivers his presentation, I would like to introduce Professor Ismunandar. Professor Ismunandar graduated from University of Sydney, Australia for his PhD degree, and his bachelor degree is from the Institute of Technology, Bandung. Currently, Professor Ismunandar is the acting expert staff of the Ministry of Research and Technology. Professor Ismunandar is also the faculty of Institute of Technology, Bandung. May I request Professor Ismunandar to deliver his speech.
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam. Professor Marpaung, thank you very much for your kind word and the introduction. And dear participants, I would like also to mention thank you also for Dr. Daniswara Haryono, Director of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Ibu Ulinata, the Chair of ICoSAE Committee, and also dear invited speaker from Thailand, from Korea, from NUS, National University of Singapore, and also from others, from other countries as well. First of all, I would like to mention that the minister himself is actually very keen to attend the seminars. However, due to other commitment, he asked me to say some of the remarks that he want to deliver in these seminars. I would like also to thanks the University Kristen Indonesia that organized the first ICoSAE, and hopefully this will be followed with seconds, third, and continue to be sustained of the conference in University Kristen Indonesia later on. The theme of the conference is very timely, and it is also ranging. The topic of the conference is ranging from electrical engineering about renewable energy, from mechanical engineering about energy conversions, architectures, and also civil engineering. It is a complete and whole range of topics, and I do hope that the deliberation and the discussion of the conference, especially in these quite difficult times, is not presented as us, but also will make a fruitful discussion and will be a successful conference. As been mentioned by directors, I think the theme and also the topic of conference is very important for us. And this is also, I also honors and thanks that the conference is organized in the day of, in Indonesia, we have in this day is the celebration of Sumpah Pemuda. So the spirit of Sumpah Pemuda, I do hope also give us the spirit to contribute to the nation and also to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start deliver some of the minister message to us for the conference. Let me start by okay. I do hope that the slide can be seen clearly. So, as been mentioned by directors, that the conference is in the theme of building infrastructures and technology toward society 5.0. As we know that the theme of Industrial Revolution 4.0 and or Society 5.0 has been like buzzword for us. Every day we heard about this. And it is actually in the heart of this is everything that's related to the integration between physical, biologicals, and the cyberspace. So the integration of this with the brain of it is of Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and big data becoming a very central things in this today society. And it is the aims of Society 5.0. I think the Japan is the one that coined this term, is a human-centered society. It is a society that balances the economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates the physical and cyberspace. So it is a hope that the development of the technology advancement, especially the information and technology, artificial intelligence and big data, and also the Internet of Things, will make us as a human. The development is a human-centered. So with this in mind, we as a central in this society, this is a message that been delivered or been argued by Professor Aoun, the Chancellor in Northeastern University in Boston, USA. And he mentioned that toward Society 5.0, it is need for everyone to be robot-proof. And it is means that we always have to learn, unlearn, and also relearn, and to be equipped with new literacy, it is data literacy, technological literacy, and also human literacy. And as I mentioned, learn, unlearn, and relearn is the other names of lifelong learning. We do hope that we in a university especially will have these cultures and have this new literacy so that we can engage also the society toward the new literacy as been mentioned. The other things that I think is relevance is that for the theme of building an environment toward Society 5.0 is the fact that more and more peoples are populated in the urban or in the cities. So there is a study by World Urbanization Prospects. This is quite an old study, but it is still relevant today. That it is projected that in 2050, the urban will grow by 2.3 billion people. And in 2050, the 70% of world population will live in the cities. And we have seen here that in our region, in Asia, the population is big also, and also the proportion of the people that live in the city is also, although it's a little bit lower in 2015 than the world average, but it is also very significant. 65% of our population in Asia will live in the city. So it is aim that this is that we adopted this from the City for Tomorrow challenges that's been published by the Darmstadt University in 2015, is how we vision the happy digital city of tomorrow. And the key of this, as in other problem solving in the today problems, is innovation. Innovation will have to be fostered to support a transition toward happy digital city. Happy digital city will improve the efficiency and quality of the services provided by governing entities and business, and also the potential of socioeconomic, cultural, generational, and ethnic diversity should be fully exploited as a source of innovation. So this is the things that we envision to the happy digital city of tomorrow. Actually, is how we turn the diversity, as I mentioned before, into a dynamic asset. And the key is how to linking the global economy into city, and as a city as a hub for the global network. How we develop a technology and social innovation. Technology should bring solution to urban energy efficiency, renewable energy, transport safety, etc. And this, I believe, is the main topics of the papers that will be presented in today's webinar. Also, the key is also ensuring a city for all, a cohesive city, an inclusive city, a city where everybody is welcome and their integrity is respected. And this is very crucial also, eradicating energy poverty and spatial exclusion. How we make our city better in energy efficiency and also increasing the quality of life for all the citizens. So in ensuring the city for all or inclusive or cohesive city is a city aware of a special need of all of its citizens, including those with disabilities or those that lost their autonomy or elderly, for example. Human-city interaction leave digital traces that can be compiled into comprehensive picture of human daily visits. This is with Internet of Things, we can capture all of this, and with artificial intelligence, we can have insight and make out of it a good policy for the city. Analysis and discovery of information behind the big data captures in the city deployment, as I mentioned, this can be done with artificial intelligence and other recent developments in. So the key, if in happy digital city, is in technological things, is as I mentioned, the brain on the key technology is Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and others. And I believe this are all the academics and researchers that will present the papers more or less one of some of the technology here, I believe, is one of the technology or enabling technology that have been used in their research. The other important things also how the health practitioners and technicians and the pandemic that we has been observed for almost 8 and 9 months has been catalyzed how the health practitioners and technicians use this technology to keep us safe and also to help those that been infected by the disease. So we do hope that university and research centers and science and technology parks and other instruments in university is work closely how to make and do research, do innovations, invent some of the new technology, and also do the innovation, how to make the happy digital city that has been characterized by turning the diversity into dynamic asset, ensuring a city for all, as I mentioned, eradicating the energy poverty, developing technological and social innovation, linking the global economy as a city, as a hub, can be realized. And this is the role and the importance of the university, that making innovation and invention to solve the problems and also to envision the futures. The Happy Digital City also prioritize how the national institutions and the others facility can be integrated. For example, the museum, library, archive, university, art centers, urban green spaces, and others can be linked into cultural, historical, and scientific institution to enrich the life of its citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also share a little bit, because the Minister Bambang himself is the chair of a committee for building a new capitals. Due to the pandemic, it is actually already been planned that Indonesia will build a new capital starting this year, but due to the pandemics, we have to a little bit postpone the plan. But it is a new capital that been visions with a livable city. Yeah, so I would like to share a little bit about our plan. Indonesia needs a capital city that represents a national identity. And actually, it has been planned by the previous administration. For example, even since our first President Sukarno has been envisioned that our capital should move from Jakarta because of some of the problems that I will share a little bit, but probably it's been like well known for everyone. And he chose Palangkaraya. And then in Suharto era, our second president, it been choose Jonggol as a city in nearby from Jakarta, actually, compared to Palangkaraya. And then when President SBY, it is Jonggol and Palangkaraya is the option. And the presence, it has been decided that it is in East Kalimantan. This is out of the problems that I just spell out here. It is it's become common knowledge that Jakarta is center for everything, is too busy for as a capitals because it is of center of trading, in the same time center of government administration and defense, center for educational services, center for corporate services and others. So it is a busy city, so that we want to have a capital that's with so many problems. Actually, the government's effort to overcome various problems in Jakarta also has been done. And this is a quite infestation, but the problem is still there. So, and the other things that we want to solve by having a new capital is that we want to move from, it has become, we do hope that this become a new center for economic growth, because up to now, the Indonesian economic activity is highly concentrated in Java. It is about 58.5% of the economic activity is centered in Java. So we want to move a little bit. So we want to have capitals that it is true centers, also in terms of geographic, because at the moment, Jakarta is not very centers. So this is also one of the aim that why we want to move.
Kagak dapat ampas lah, setidaknya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to have a metropolitan city that is livable. So livable and metropolitan city sounds like a paradox, and we do hope that it is your contribution in become expert and specials in this area to solve this paradox. By the solving the paradox is by synergize the utilization of natural law of economies of scale, because in the city people live and populate the city, so economic of scales become easy and is automatics, and also the specialization, because diversity of the city, different expertise, different specializations. So this is giving the opportunity. So this is the paradox that you, as an expert of the planning, or you engineers, or you solve the paradox. Development of the metropolitan city in the livables is actually carry on those three principles. It is in the principle of inclusive public services, competitive economy, and innovative governments. So these three models, or three solution models, we believe that we will have the solution for livable metropolitan city. This will also having consideration of environmental carrying capacity is the important things. The 8th main planning in realizing the livable metropolitan city goals is this 8th main characteristic. It is a vibrant city. It is integrated with surrounding, resource efficient, sustainable, smart and efficient, safe, and modular and also attractive. And I would like to share a little bit about this. Yeah. First of thing, it is a sustainable city, which covers 6 aspects of both environmental and energy.
Professor Kunanda, you have 10 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So it is have a recycle, accessibility, carbon negative, it's depend on renewable energy, identity, and biophilia. The second thing is a city that have a characteristic of resource efficiency, the need for sufficient food, clean, and energy. The third characteristic is the city that systematically integrated with surrounding city. It is have an adequate road infrastructure for pedestrians, vehicle, and goods and services, and also have streamlining intersectoral relation between region. The fourth is the city that vibrant as a dynamic city that encompasses various activities such as economy, politics, governments, and others. It is also a city that attractive to migrant, talents, investment, and visitors. That because of the affordability, have plenty of opportunity, plenty of job, provide complete facility for living for international community, an economy that rotates well so that it creates interesting activities in the city. Of course, it is a city that is safe, a city that is healthy, clean, and ensure the safety of its citizens from crime, natural disasters, and health disasters. We choose Kalimantan because in terms of ring of fires and the earthquakes statistic, Kalimantan is the least among the other island of Indonesia. The other things that characteristics of our livable multi capital is that it is a city that designed efficiently so that every citizen can do their activities more affordable, faster, safer, and better. And we also want to build the capital that is modular. The city is designed with a module system. Each model is become independent. We aim to have a module that is population size about 50,000 people. So this is the actually the plan of our capital. But as I mentioned, because of the pandemics, we have to a little bit to rescheduling to build the house. And I would also to mention that because of the pandemics, that this is actually already planned by our governments to have a digital transformation because of the prerequisite for our society 5.0 is actually how we have digital infrastructures and also do transformation for our people as well. This is including our broadband expansion, how we strengthening our digital human resources, how we have the infrastructure integration and electronic base in every services of our centers. For example, how we have one Indonesian data, national data centers, etc. How you have utilization of our infrastructure, ICT infrastructures, and do the technology adoption. And we aim in 2000 to 2025, we have a creative and digital economy as source of growth. And then later on in 2035, we have Indonesia as a creative and digital economy as an innovation-based economy driver. And we aim on 2045, Indonesia as one of the world-class creative and digital economy centers. Lastly, I would like to mention a little bit about the importance of the conference. And we also heard from the committee, the chair of the committee, that the papers will be published. I would like also to share with you that this is by work of all of you in Indonesian researchers, Indonesian lecturers, academics in university, that during the last 4-5 years, starting from 2015, that the scholarly output, research publication of Indonesians is increasing dramatically. This is about 400% increase of our research output. So we encourage all of us to maintain the spirit of the sharing of our result, of research result, innovation result to others. And this is also will increase our scholarly output. But in the same time, we would like also to encourage all of us to also do work in improving our quality. So in the second pictures, or in the right side of the picture here, in the left side, we see the increase of Indonesian output. But in the right here, we see that in terms of quality, that we can be measured by the publication of our articles or our research output in Quartile 1 journal, Indonesia performance is still below the other ASEAN countries. So in terms of quantity, we probably now is the first among ASEAN countries, but in terms of quality, we are still below them. So it is very important for us also to shift after we publish our result in conference proceedings. We should also aim toward journal publication and aims to the most or the best among the journals that provided the. So with that, again, thank you so much for the times, and I do hope again, once again, that the deliberation or your discussion during the conference will be fruitful. And thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Sunandar, for the very interesting presentations. And let us give big hand to Professor Ibnu Sunandar again. The next presenter is Professor Manukit Panichun. Professor Manukit Panichun is from the Asian Institute of Technology. Sawadee-kap, Professor Manukit. Before Professor Manukit present his paper, I would like to read his CV. Professor Manukit is a faculty at the Asian Institute of Technology. He earned his PhD degree from the University of Tokyo in 1996 and also his master degree. His bachelor degree is from Chulalongkorn University with first rank in 1991. Professor Manukit has published many papers in International Referee Journal and also International Conference Journal. May I request Professor Manukit to present his paper?
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Mapong, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I am Manukit from AIT. Actually, several months ago, I received contact from Professor Mapang inviting me to attend the conference in Indonesia. I am so glad because I like Indonesia very much. I firstly visit Indonesia in 2015, leading the Thai robotic teams participating in ABU robot contest in Yogyakarta. And this time, because the conference will be was planned to organize in Jakarta, so I thought that I would be able to visit Jakarta, but unfortunately, because of COVID, I cannot go this time. But I'm sure that in the future, I will be able to visit Indonesia and Jakarta again. Okay, so good morning everyone again. So today, let me share the slide. I will give a talk on the topics about advanced robotics and mechatronic system and its applications. I have selected some of the research projects that my students and I have been conducting in AAT. Some of the projects are already under the commercialization, and some projects are not yet but have potential for commercialization. So at the end of today's lecture, I hope that we will be able to see the linkage in between research and also the real application. I have selected 5 groups of the research in AAT, including the intelligent vehicle groups, unstable vehicle, haptics, exoskeleton, and AGV, and also LGV projects. Okay, let's start from the first group. What is the intelligent vehicle? So it is the vehicle that runs by itself. The passenger just provide the destination, and the intelligent vehicle, it has to be able to plan the path. It has to select whether what kind of the objective function, whether it select the waypoint using the shortest distance. It may select the waypoint using the shortest time, or it may select the waypoint based on the cheapest cost. So based on the result from path planning, we will be able to get the waypoint. And these are the latitude and the longitude that the intelligent vehicle has to follow. And after the real navigation control, it moves from one waypoint to the next waypoint. The intelligent vehicle, it might see some kind of obstacle, maybe pedestrian, maybe the other vehicle which might run in the same direction, or it might come from the opposite direction. So the intelligent vehicle, it should be able to make decision whether it should stop, it should follow the preceding vehicle, or it should overtake the preceding vehicle. So this is concerning about the navigation control. And lastly, if the intelligent vehicle sees some traffic light or traffic sign, it should be able to recognize and obey that traffic light or traffic sign. So this is the concept of intelligent vehicle. In Thailand, we start the intelligent vehicle project since year 2007. And the Thailand Robotics Society assigned AAT to organize Thailand Intelligent Vehicle Challenge. We organized it in year 2007, 2008, and 2009. So this is the video that I show you. This is the video from the team from AAT. AAT also organized, but at the same time, we also participate in the Intelligent Vehicle Robot competition. Here, the racing circuit, it is 2.2 kilometers. One team will be placed at 0 kilometer. Another team will be placed at 1.1 kilometer. And then we provide 20 minutes. And each team has to run, follow the waypoint, and it should run fast enough so that it can catch another team. If we are able to catch another team, we will be the winner. And luckily, this team, the team that is shown on the video is the winning team. We get the champion award. So if we want to control the intelligent vehicle, as I already explained, we have to follow the waypoint. So if we connect the straight line between the previous waypoint and the next waypoint, we have a straight line. Based on the information from GPS, we have our latitude and longitude. We determine 2 parameters. One is the distance error. That is the parameter D. If you have a look here, D is the distance error from the straight line connecting between the previous waypoint and the next waypoint. And another error is obtained from the compass. We know our heading respect to the North Pole. We compare with the heading direction of the straight line. So we have the heading error shown by A. So our job is to design the control algorithm in such the way that we make D and A error become 0. We can use state space controller we can use linear quadratic regulator, we can use several loops of PID. For example, the formula at the bottom, it shows when we use two loops of PD, one PD is used to make the distance error becoming zero, and another PD is used to make the heading error to become zero. So this is the formula used for navigation control. And for the obstacle avoidance, there are many algorithms that can be used. Actually, there is an algorithm which is called as the potential field. We have to create an equation. It can be any equation, polynomial function, logarithmic function, exponential function, Gaussian function. But we have to make the function in such a way that we have the repulsive force from the obstacle, from the virtual wall, but we have also the attractive force to the destination. Destination means the next waypoint. And then by combining the gradient or combining the force, then finally the vehicle, it will be able to avoid clashing with the obstacle and goes to the final destination. But of course, if we use just one set of equations or parameters, there might be some problem of the local minimum. Our system might be trapped under the local minimum. We have to have the system which is able to detect the local minimum and avoid the local minimum so that we can go for the next destination. So these are the concepts used in navigation control. But if we control the vehicle, it involves with the steering control and also the speed control. This video shows another experiment on adaptive cruise control system. Nowadays, you can see in luxury car, many luxury car already install adaptive cruise control system. So this is just an extension of a regular cruise control system. In regular or normal cruise control system, we just set the speed, like we want our car to run at 120 kilometers per hour. So it's okay if we run between province. But if we run in town, it is unlikely that we will be able to run at that speed. There will be a lot of preceding cars which run slower. Then instead of using speed control, we have to change to the distance control based on the time headway that we can set. For example, if we set time headway of 1 second between our car and the preceding vehicle, so it means that if our car runs at 36 kilometers per hour, the distance between our car and preceding vehicle, it should be 10 meters. But if the preceding vehicle runs at 72 kilometers per hour, then the distance, it should be 20 meters. Then by using time headway, it is more safe, and the distance depending on the speed of the preceding vehicle. And how to control this? We use two input parameters. The first one is the distance error. The second one is the relative velocity error. This is the difference between the preceding vehicle speed and our speed. And we can use this as the input to fuzzy inference system. And we design the rules. And finally, the output, it will be the acceleration rate, or it is the deceleration rate of our intelligent vehicle. So this is about adaptive cruise control system. And this concept, it is also the same concept that we control drone or flying robot. This video, it was conducted at AIT soccer field in year 2001. You can see that we have the press conference. That time, there is no quad rotor. So if you want to make the flying robot, you have to make everything from scratch by yourself. So in year 2001, we make a helicopter platform. So it has to be able to do automatic takeoff, fly to the target position at predefined latitude, longitude until it comes back for the automatic landing. But because it is helicopter, and helicopter is a kind of flying robot, it involves with 6 degrees freedom, position along X, Y, Z. It means latitude, longitude, and the flying height. It involves with the roll, pitch, and yaw. So if we want to control roll and pitch, we have to control the aileron and elevator cyclic. If we want to control the yaw angle, we have to change the angle of attack of the tail rotor. And if we want to control the flying height, we have to control the angle of attack of the main rotors. And because X and Y are coupled with the aileron and elevator, then we use some kind of trajectory control that I already showed you in the previous figure. We use the same concept in controlling the flying robot. And this is another video that we developed a spherical robot. Actually, I think Indonesian may be similar to Thai, that we like football or soccer very much. And as technologists, I just think that how can we help the Thai football team so that, okay, Thai football team is very weak. So if we are able to use some technology and help our national team, then it might be a good idea. That's the concept why we start this project. So spherical robot, it is a kind of a ball robot, and we can control it either using remote control, or it can run by itself. It can run follow the predefined waypoint. So this is also the same concept of the navigation control that I show you from the intelligent vehicle project. It is the same concept, same equation, but of course we have to adjust the parameter so that it fits with different kind of the platform. And when we make the spherical robot, we have to design the mechanism, how to make it run fast so that it is quite natural. And like if we want to cheat in the football competition, so it should be very realistic. Like when Thai soccer player kick the ball, then it should be fast enough. And if we are able to control the ball, it may be quite interesting game. But this is just kidding. But this is a kind of matching between research and the real application. And that is the first group of the research. The second group is about the unstable vehicle. So if we have stable platform like four-wheel vehicle, so we can control the navigation easily. But after organizing Thailand Intelligent Vehicle Challenge for 3 years, we think of making the competition more challenge. Then in the year 2009, 2010, 2011, we changed the competition to Bici Robo Thailand Championship. We organized under the name of Thai Robotics Society, but once again, AIT organized the competition. The rule is the same as the Thailand Intelligent Vehicle. The only exception is we have to develop the bicycle, and we have to balance the bicycle. And there are many mechanisms or many methods that used to balance the bicycle. So it's up to each university or each team to decide the mechanism that make the bicycle balance. So this is the video from the team from AIT. Once again, we join the competition, and we get the first prize from the competition. This team from AIT, we create a flywheel. We call as the momentum wheel. This flywheel run at very high speed. So we have angular momentum. We know that the torque is depending on the rate of change of angular momentum. So if we are able to control the rate of change of angular momentum, then we'll be able to balance the bicycle. We see whether the bicycle is falling either to the left or to the right, and then we control the axis of our momentum wheel. So if we have a look on this picture, firstly, the flywheel run at very high speed. Okay, the angular momentum is denoted by Li. So when we change the axis of the flywheel from Li to Lf, then the rate of change of the angular momentum become delta L, which is shown by the orange vector. So if we amplify that vector, we can see that the chain of angular momentum consists of the chain of angular momentum along x-axis and y-axis. And the chain of angular momentum along x-axis is used to create torque in order to balance the bicycle. But unfortunately, if we use just only one flywheel, we have the remaining chain of angular momentum in the vertical axis. And this will create torque, and it will change the heading of our bicycle. So if we want to remove the chain of angular momentum along y-axis, we use two flywheels run at the same speed, but in opposite direction, in such the way that delta Ly, it becomes 0. And we have only rate of change of angular momentum on x-axis only. And that is the first technique. We have also applied the other techniques by using concept here, the concept of centrifugal force. In the centrifugal force, we know that the centrifugal force is a kind of virtual force, and the magnitude is mv squared divided by r. So if our bicycle, it is falling to the left, we increase the speed, we reduce the radius, then the centrifugal force will be higher. And the centrifugal force is the same magnitude as the centripetal force from the friction. So if we have a look on this diagram, so if we run at faster speed and the radius is smaller, then it means that mv squared over r will be higher. And because it has to be restrained by the friction force, then we will have the torque that try to balance our bicycle. So this concept is very good because we can run the bicycle at higher speed compared with the concept of using momentum wheel. This is also another video that shows how to balance the unicycle. So if we have bicycle, it can fall to the left or it can fall to the right. But if we have only one cycle, a unicycle, you can see that it is highly unstable because it can fall to the left, to the right, to the front, to the back, and it can change the heading. So our job is to design the algorithm, use concept of physics in order to balance roll angle, pitch angle, and yaw angle. For roll angle, we use concept of two flywheel run at the different direction. Then we will have the rate of change of angular momentum in vertical axis. Then, in horizontal axis, and that can help balance the roll angle. For pitch angle, we use the motor in the hub wheel in order to control the speed, and that can help balance the pitch angle. For yaw angle, we just make the two flywheel. If it runs at different speed, then we will have the residual angular momentum in vertical axis, and that can change the heading direction. So in navigation control, what we do is, firstly, we control the heading, and then we move forward in the design position. So the third group of the research, it is about the development of the haptic device. We know that for human, we have 6 sensors to detect 6 sensations. We have eye to see, we have ears to listen to sound or noise, we have nose to get the smell, we have tongue to get the taste, we have skin to get the tactile sensation, and we have our mechanism in our 2 ears to get the balancing. Among these 6 sensations, in the past, we could transmit only 2 information, that is audio and video. Similar to this Zoom, we send 2 information, audio and video. So I just talk with a medical doctor from Sirilat Hospital whether we can transmit one more information, that is the tactile sensation. So we will transmit 3 information at the same time. So that is the audio, the video, and also tactile information. And after we transmit, then we make the machine. And this machine, it is used for abdominal mass analysis. So when the doctor use his palm and push on the machine, okay, there are 80 cells. So the displacement are sent, and this displacement are sent to the patient side. And after the system on the patient side, we have the displacement control. The machine on the patient side will move at the same displacement for all 80 cells. And if we see the objects, like there are some tumors on the patient abdomen, at that location, profile of force and profile of displacement will be different. And based on the force, we send back to the doctor side, and we have force controller on the doctor side. And based on the force controller, the doctor will get the same feeling as if he is diagnosing the patient directly. And this is the concept of medical teleanalyzer. And we use this concept for automatic diagnosis also. The doctor may not need to push directly, but the machine move to the patient abdomen, and when it sends the displacement and force, it sends that profile back to the doctor's side, and based on this profile, the medical doctor can diagnose whether there are some mass on the patient abdomen or not. So we can visualize the mass by using some computer graphic in order to see the location. And based on the location, we can diagnose whether what kind of tumors of the patient has. This is the video that shows the robust control of a pneumatic system. I think many of us know about Da Vinci robot. It is used for MIS, minimal invasive surgery. But we still think that Da Vinci still has some drawback because it uses electrical actuators. So if we change to a pneumatic actuator, it will be more safe. But the problem of the pneumatic actuator, it is on the controlling of the position, controlling of the force of pneumatic system. It is not easy. Then we have to design control algorithm which is robust enough. And here we use mixed sensitivity H infinity controller. And okay, this is the project about the exoskeleton. There are two types of exoskeleton, active type and passive type. Active type, it is used, the person or the user move first and exoskeleton follow. And the passive type, that the machine move first and the patient move follow. So it can be used for different application. This is the one of the active type. It is used to replace wheelchair. We know that wheelchair, it has some limitation that it can't move in the steps. Then instead of using wheelchair, if we use this kind of exoskeleton, and it can carry the patient, and the system, it should be able to send the center of gravity and zero moment point, and it should be able to control it. But the problem is it could not successfully control by zero moment point. Controlling center of gravity is easy, but controlling of zero moment point is not easy, because we have to use the summation of the moment from gravity and the summation of the moment from the acceleration. They must fit under the supporting polygon. So in theory, it's easy. In simulation, it's okay. But in real implementation, if we don't machine the robot properly, then it is very hard to control. And this is another video that shows controlling of the exoskeleton for virtual reality. And this is kind of exoskeleton. So we have to compensate the gravity. We have to compensate the friction, so that if there is no virtual object, the user should control and move the exoskeleton freely. But when it hits with
you have 5 minutes left, Professor Panikun.
How many minutes left?
5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Yes, thank you. And if it hit with the virtual object, based on the profile of the surface, the system should be able to reflect the force according to the surface. And we can use any kind of control algorithm. For any research in this kind of robot, we have to do kinematic analysis. We determine dynamic Hartenberg in order to analyze forward, inward kinematic, and also Jacobian motion. And we have to use Euler-Lagrange in order to determine the kinetics or the dynamics of the robot. Based on the current dynamic, we can design the controller in such a way that the robot follow the design dynamic. Like we may have mass spring and design damper, and then the robot will follow that design performance. This is another video that shows the passive type. We can use this leg exoskeleton for rehabilitation. Like if the patient cannot walk properly, we can use this machine to assist. This is also another robot. We get the request from SCG Siam, a cement group. It is a construction company. They request us to make the exoskeleton used to carry construction material. Actually, that is just a cement bag of 50 kilogram. Then we design exoskeleton to carry cement bag. And the last group of the project, it is about the AGV. Recently, AIT library was renovated, and my laboratory was requested by AIT president to make a library robot that assists the librarian. So when the reader finish reading, they put the books in the book cart, and then the librarian will assign the robot to take the book cart from a station to the storage room, and later the librarian will put the books back to the shelf. This is also a project from a company. They want to make a new product, and they request AIT to make autonomous forklift. If it is indoor, we cannot use GPS. We have to use either using visual SLAM or we use laser SLAM in order to localize the robot. Localize the robot means we have to find the coordinate X, Y. We have to find the heading so that we can use the navigation control that I just showed you in the first slide on the intelligent vehicle. We use the same formula, but different parameters in order to control the laser guide vehicle. And maybe two more video. This is the stair climbing wheelchair. It has many degree freedom. Each leg consists of 4 degree freedom. 1 degree freedom used to move forward, backward. 1 degree freedom used to change heading left and right. 1 degree freedom used to flip so that it can climb the stair. And the last degree freedom used to control the level of the user so that even we climb up or down the stair, but the level of the user is always in horizontal place. And the last video, it is about advanced control, because my specialization is on advanced control. So if we have only one motor, but we have to control several parameters, like we control the position of segway, we control balancing of segway, and we control the invert pendulum by using only one motor. So what should be the control algorithm? So this is the video that shows how to use insufficient actuator in order to control complicated system. Okay, this is all of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Manukit.
Yes.
Let us give big hands to Professor Manukit. I would like to inform the audience that question and answers will be open after the third speaker finishes his presentations. Our third speaker is Professor Dong Seong Kim. Professor Dong Seong Kim received his PhD degrees in electrical and computer engineering from the Seoul National University, Seoul, Korea in 2003. From 1994 to 2003, he worked as a full-time researcher in ICoSAE at Seoul National University, Seoul, Korea. From March 2003 to February 2005, he worked as a postdoctoral researcher at the Wireless Network Laboratory in the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Cornell University, New York. From 2007 to 2009, he was a visiting professor with Department of Computer Science, University of California, Davis. He is currently a Dean of Industrial Academic Operation Foundation and ICT Convergence Research Center, an NRF Advanced Research Center program, supported by Korean government at Kumo National Institute of Technology. He is a senior member of IEEE and ACM. His current main research interests are real-time IoT and smart platform, industrial wireless control network, network embedded system, and field bus. May I request Professor Kim to present his paper.
Hello everyone, it's my honor to present a talk titled Reliability and Real-Time Issues in Industrial IoT at ICoSAE 2020 through online. I hope these talks help people to understand regarding industrial IoT technology and related state-of-art research topics. Nowadays, with 5G technologies, ultra communication and ultra intelligence systems enable to smart factory and smart city and smart logistics. In particular, cyber physical system with AI and ultra reliable low latency communications, one of the 5G industrial standards, enable to innovative transformation of the industrial field. In view of practical concern, this transformation will continue with new technology. By through this graph, we can observe numerous IoT devices increasing dramatically, especially IoT using 5G and 5G beyond technology will be adapted for industrial area in explosive way. Okay, in this one of the example of the smart factory using the 5G AR glass to control and monitoring the system, also 5G connected car for logistics, and the other one is kind of the example of the LG U Plus, one of the telecommunication company at Korea. They designed some kind of autonomous robot with many smart IoT technology to enable the innovative and futuristic smart factory. In this slide, I want to talk about industrial IoT technologies. The IoT is start from IoD. IoD stands for Internet of Device. Is kind of sort of route-to-route communication. And next version of the IoD is kind of communication between person to person. We call it as the Internet of Person. The starting era of the web browsing, we call it as IoT. Nowadays, this kind of technology becomes IoT, machine to machine. It's composed of the things such as sensors, actuator, controller, also infrastructure such as communications, 5G, enhanced URL LLC, switched Ethernet. And for optimizing the system, the AI, big data combined with this kind of infrastructures, nowadays we can see that some kind of futuristic cyber physical system. In this slide, I want to talk about some kind of issue of the liability issues for industrial IoT. Usually, the many scholars can consider the FOPAD. The reliability can be considered as a FOPAD from error correction to communication and networking. In the case of error corrections, we can consider reliability for transmitted data packets using FEC, AirIQ, also designed lightweight MAC protocol to consider requirement of the factory environment. And for data handling, we have to consider some kind of the huge volume of data from IoT, industrial IoT. It might be via big data. We have to extract useful data for control, monitoring the device. So therefore, the data analysis solution from the edge device are necessary. In the case of middleware, so it's kind of one of the common platforms. The reliability and service level of the IoT depends on some middleware, such as MOM and DDS. So the open issue at middleware is to use some existing real-time middleware to combine industrial IoT technology. In the case of communication and networking, and there is many standards previously, but nowadays, enhanced UR LLC release 13 might be used for the standard for industrial area, such as smart factory. Now we will try to talk about using example regarding the reliability of the industrial IoT. You can see one of the examples, automotive vehicle. What happened there? What kind of the issues? Usually the automotive vehicle, automatic vehicles, some fault at issue by the noise. Can you see some kind of vibration or temperature? It's caused some kind of the errors. The bit flip 0 to 1, it caused some kind of corrupt the thread. And also through the digital logic, it caused kill thread, might be caused some kind of open throat valve. The kind of the diagnosis of the vehicle. So to prevent this kind of phenomena, we can consider many kind of approaches. One of the approaches is kind of the deep learning technique, and also the redundancy, some kind of pattern. The redundancy-based patterns may be considered to prevent this kind of the malfunction and the failure. In this slide, we try to investigate the reliability issue through the hierarchical structure. Actually, as a matter of fact, IIoT is different with IoTs because it considers harsh environments such as factory and power delivery, military logistics, very noisy environment. Also, we have to consider the large volume of data from IoT device. This data traffic may be categorized the various type of the data, periodic, sporadic, unperiodic data. And also, some kind of, because the industrial IoT have to consider time-sensitive application, mission-critical system. It have to consider some kind of deadline, so the scheduling for deliver the packet within time. So for this industrial IoTs, we have to consider some low latency, short delay bound network, and also consider some kind of fault tolerant network. And so for this one, we also try to consider some kind of the edge computing is one of the part of the clouding computing. So how can we optimize, connect the edge computing to fog and clouding computing? So in view of the clouding computing, at this slide, we try to check how can realize reliable fog and edge computing. Normally, we can categorize the things layer, edge layer, and fog layer, and the distributed cloud layer in the case of the factory system. So usually it's some kind of between edge layer and fog layer, the real time and write task, and also security have to guarantee for data transmission. In between the fog and the cloud layer, it's a more heavy task, less time-sensitive data will be delivered. So considering this hierarchical architecture, we have to consider some kind of sort of network overhead, and how can optimize network size, and also reduce node failure is kind of the challenging issue in the case of industrial IoT with edge computing. As an example, there's a kind of example connect between the edge computing and clouding computing. we call it as IoT-MT, Internet of Military Technology, and IoT-BT, Internet of Battlefield Technology. So, some kind you can find is a decision and command layers that may be connected from battlefield through the cloud computing for field operation and control and central command. So in the case of battlefield, the soldier have many multiple sensors and wearable device, and also some weapon system. They also have an embedded system or some kind of control system. Also vehicles, some equipment, also have some kind of common thing. Embedded computing, some kind of networking is common thing. Maybe it's a closed 5G closed LTE might be used for this kind of system through the edge computing. Another issue, industrial IoT, is we can call it industrial IoT meets AI. So as you know, there is a massive amount of data generated from smart factory asset. So it might be via the big data from the sensors and the controller, actuator. So this big data have to store it, and also we have to find out there's some useful data from this big data. For this one, industrial AI and some machine learning enabled to find out some kind of useful data. Through it, accelerating time and reduce cost for smart decision making. So through this one, in feedback and recommendation, decision making for management and control, all procedures will be enhanced. So it shows some interaction between three major components in industrial IoT. Industrial IoT is, as you know, some needs ultra high reliability because it have to charge it on the industrial section, always on, and it's extremely low latency to control the actuator and some critical system. In the case of reliability perspective, we can consider some kind of the several issues. So one of them, we have to consider some kind of the fault detections, abnormality detections during the operation time. Also some kind of find out some kind of the hackings and DDoS attack. Some kind of is very critical thing. So try to imagine some kind of pureness inside the factory controlled by the hacker. It's very critical issue. So we have to design the system, consider reliability, to considering fault detection using AI and some kind of the detecting the attacks from outside is one of the issue. And also real-time issues. We can consider some kind of the basic things, but industrial IoT is as like some kind of industrial control system, the mission critical system. They have to support low latencies, short delivery time. So for this one, we have to consider some kind of network infrastructure such as fog computing, cloud computing. So how can reduce time? This kind of the connecting time is kind of the open issue. More advanced items of the industrial IoT can be combined with deep learning, also some kind of the using the big data, and also deep learning maybe can focus on some kind of the high speed and high accuracy in industrial domain. In particular, as some kind of between clouding layer and edge layer, some kind of we can combine some kind of deep learning to optimize the collaborations between each layer. And next, I will introduce some kind of the new industrial Internet of Things. We call it a physical Internet paradigm. The physical Internet paradigm is developed towards a global means for industrial logistics and transportation, which requires a global reach of visibility and monitoring. Although IoT technology can serve as an enabler to achieve the goal of physical Internet, and designing the IoT ecosystem is still facing several challenges. Among them, obtaining reliable communication and operation is the key objective to synchronize the material and information flow in the physical Internet network through the smart object, smart network, and smart management system. Enabled in IoT, the advanced technology, innovative service can be developed to support effectively the logistic activity in physical Internet, so improving the operation efficiency. The dynamic nature of the logistic activities requires a high reliability of services for enabling the real-time provision with high quality of service, even from remote providing centers. Such demand directly linked to reliability of communication system, data computing algorithm, and even embedded hardware and software. So today, I introduce some issue of the industrial IoT in view of the reliability and real time. So in the case of reliability issues, we can categorize from application to perception, application and middleware and network perception. So in the case of application, we have to consider usability. In middleware, so we can have to consider dependability. In the case of network, we might be consider availability, and perception combined with the AI, we can consider maintainability. And real-time issues in industrial IoT is still ongoing. Enhanced URLLC, one of the standard industrial standard of the 5G, might be settled down soon. Industrial smart factory and edge computing to reduce latency and the fast data processing is one of the key factors at the industrial IoT. And for security industrial IoTs, some kind of lightweight blockchain technology might be necessary in near future. Today, I talk about some kind of the overall issue of the reliability in real time. If you have any kind of question and comment, please feel free to comment directly to me or send email. Thank you for your attention. I hope see you again.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for the very interesting presentation. Let us give our big hands to Professor Kim. Now we have a question and answer for discussion. We have 30 minutes for us to ask questions to all the speakers, but we would like to apologize, but Professor Kim is not with us at this moment. So if you have questions and would like to ask questions to him, you can write to him directly by using his email address. Please raise your hands if you would like to ask questions to our speakers, to Professor Ismunandar or to Professor Manukit. Any questions? If you have questions, please mention your name and also your affiliation.
Hello, moderator.
Okay.
Hi.
Yes.
I have one question I would like to address to Professor Manukit.
Please,
My name is
please mention
Santoro.
your
I'm
name.
from.
Please
My
mention
name is
your name and your
Santoro.
affiliation. Oh, Suntoro.
Can you hear me?
Good
Yes.
morning, Dr. Santoro. Yes,
Hi.
I can hear you.
Thank you. Professor Manukit, I'm interested in your presentation just now about robotic and then self-driving cars.
Yes.
Now, we heard a lot about the similar testing and initiative done by Google's and those in the West.
Yes.
Now, comparing those and yours, where are we now? Because
Yes.
we know that they have failed many times too, the car crash, etc. So where
Yes.
are we in Asia now? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for very good question. Actually, there are two players who make the most advanced and most well-known platform. One is Google. Actually, Google Car now it changed the name to Waymo. It comes from the team which won the DARPA Grand Challenge. After the team from Stanford won the competition, he was headhunted as the head of Google Car. And after that, the development goes on. In terms of technology, it is the highest technology. But the problem is that at the beginning, Google Car, they use very expensive sensor. They have 3D laser scanner. And one unit of that laser scanner, it costs one Tesla. Actually, the cost is very expensive. So in terms of the technology, it is the best. But in terms of the real implementation, it is too costly. Then after that, for some period of time, Tesla come with the concept of cheap autonomous car. They don't use very expensive 3D laser scanner, but they use concept of camera. They install 8 cameras at front, at back, left, right, and in the front there are two more at the corners. So by using only cheap camera, but they use the concept of machine learning. So they use different concept. In terms of the technology, of course, Google Car or Waymo, it is more advanced. It can run at faster response. But in terms of the commercialization, Tesla is more successful because it is quite cheap. For Thailand or Southeast Asian country, of course, we can develop our own platform because even we see the output, but nobody tells you what are the equation, what are the algorithm they use to control the vehicle. Nobody inform us. We have to look at the outcome and then we imagine and we develop the system. We have to do on our own. For Thailand, we join hand with one local electrical vehicle, EVT. EVT is a company that sells golf car for hospital or for the golf course. Even though the market, it is smaller compared with big car manufacturer, but this is the room that we still have a chance compete. Of course, we want to compete with big name, but sometimes they have much more money. This is not easy. But if we assist our local market so that it can make the value add for our golf car, instead of just a normal golf car, then it becomes autonomous vehicle. Then it will be easier in that direction. In the second question, you asked about the real implementation about the accident. Actually, in terms of the technology, there is no problem. But in terms of the law, several countries, the main obstacle is the law because several countries still don't trust in autopilot system. Okay, they still think that okay, this is just only an assistive technology. The main responsibility is still the driver. But now, if there's no driver at all, then we have this problem. I think the major reason is on the law. We have to have the person who create the law that is advanced enough. But of course, there's no one for all because different platform, they have different strength, they have some weakness. So it will evolve, it will develop, but finally it may be time that some country may adopt it faster or later. But of course, there may be some accident we can't avoid. Even very high technology of any other technology, not even robot, in any other field, there are some accident, but we have to learn from the accident and improve the reliability of the system.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Manikun. Who will next? Any other questions from the participants?
May I have a question to Mr. Professor Manukit, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. My name is Saiful Bahri. I am from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta.
Good morning.
I have a question for Professor Manukit. How to sorry, how to recognize the moving object on autonomous vehicle, and what kind of camera needed to capture the moving object, and how about the frame per second you use in your project? Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Yes. Actually, the fastest response is from laser. If you have laser, the response time is very fast. One scan, you can scan 180 or sometimes it is 120 depending on you. That is the fastest, and based on the different scan, you will be able to detect the location and the speed. That is one technology. But if we use the camera, of course, it depends whether you use conventional camera and use conventional image processing and recognize the image and then find maybe vector field and determine the location or the speed. Or you can use concept of deep learning using convolution neural network and etc. So it's up to you. So if you use the conventional algorithm, it doesn't take much time because you have to do everything. You have to, after you get the image, you do you filter out the noise, you do a detection using whatever like candidate or whatever, and based on that profile, you use pattern recognition in order to find the location and you find the chain of the position. So this algorithm doesn't take time. Okay, so it doesn't require very high performance processor or microprocessor. But if you use deep learning, of course, it requires more because there are several convolution. Okay, even YOLO, it is quite okay. So in case of our system, I think the frame rate, it is less critical than the speed of the processor. Even with not very high resolution, it still work okay. But of course, if our processor can process faster, then the speed of our car, it can run faster because the delay between each frame, it will be different. At the time being, mainly I still focus on laser scanner. We use also camera, but the performance is still not very high because my major is advanced control, not image processing. So even we get allow maybe one frame, we can finish processing 1 frame per 1 second. This is the rate that we have. So we didn't use camera again. But of course, in other lab, they run faster. Like they have some even sell in the market allow in Thai baht, it is allowed 30,000 baht. That is a module that you can install in any car, and it use theory, vision, and they use concept of deep learning. Yes. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Who will next?
Hello.
The question is coming from Oi Fuk Jin. Professor Manukit, the question is like this. He sent through chat. Just eager to know, can you explain more how the spherical robot soccer ball be used to improve the soccer player? Does the soccer player have to follow the movement of the robot ball during the practice? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I just want to entertain the audience during that presentation that, okay, that spherical robot because it looks like ball. And if we are able to do remote control, or if we are able to navigate it autonomously, it will be nice, and it may assist the Thai national football team. That is just only a kind of joke. But anyway, if we really want to do it, we have to improve a lot of things. Firstly, the mechanism, because now currently the speed, it is not very fast. So if you compare it when we kick football, the initial speed is very fast. I think more than even maybe 10 meters per second. But for our spherical robot, it is too slow. So we have to physically improve the mechanism first. And after the mechanism is improved so that it is very fast enough, then we can go ahead on the control algorithm or the technique that make it so realistic that nobody can detect that we are cheating or those kind of things. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Manukit. Who will next?
Hello, Prof. Charles.
Yes.
I'm Susilo from Electrical Engineering Department UKI. I would like to ask to different keynote speaker. The first one to Prof. Ismunandar, and the second one for the Prof. Manukit. And the first question is to Prof. Ismunandar. I would like to know, did the ministry have a concept for smart agricultural system? And Prof. Manukit, I would like to also to ask you about, do you have also for agriculture system for in using advanced robotic? Thank you.
Professor Ismunandar. Okay, maybe Professor Manukit.
Could you please repeat the question? I could not get the meaning.
Yeah, do you have some product or research about smart agriculture in agriculture system maybe?
Yes, we join hand with Siam, Kubota. I think in Indonesia, you may have Indonesian Kubota, but in Thailand, we have Siam Kubota. So they are partially owned by SCG and partially owned by Kubota. We make smart farm for them. So the system used to detect the growth rate of the rice field by using camera, and we develop the master-slave communication in order to process the image. We measure the greenness. For agriculture, there are several index. So we have to measure those index, and then the user can detect those index by using any computer from any location, or they can the system also transmit the raw image from the Kubota smart farm. So this is the project for agriculture. And actually the flying robot, initially when we got funding, we proposed that we will use it for agricultural purpose. But actually in Thailand, our farmers, they are quite poor. They are not able to pay for that expensive flying robot. So finally, it is implemented for military purpose. My doctoral student who graduated from AIT, he became professor at Royal Thai Air Force Academy, and he worked for the research for the army. Now they make the UAV, very big one, several meters for the military. So finally, it was not used for agricultural purpose. But now today, because the platform of quad rotor is very cheap, and we can buy even Phantom with few few 10,000 baht. So I see a lot of real application of drone, either automatic monitoring of the several, maybe cassava or maybe sugar cane field. So I saw a lot, but I don't work in those one, but I saw many colleagues in Thailand work in that direction. Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
a question for myself, Prof. Charles.
Yes, please mention your name.
Yeah. My question is directed to my video is not working. So my question is for Prof. Manukit. How many people involved in your research team, and what are their background or skill?
Yes.
Interested.
Okay. Because I have been working at AIT for a very long time, more than 24 years already. I graduated already 22 doctoral students, more than 120 master students. So in mechatronics, we have a lot of doctoral and master students. Currently, I supervise 5 doctoral students and 15 master students in my laboratory, and they work in several directions. And because we have the project from the company, so we have to, when we commit, we have to deliver on time. So we also hire some engineer to work full time for the project. For the student, we hire student assistant, but sometimes because we can't force the student to do this thing because they have to work on the thesis also. Mainly we rely on research engineer. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Manukit. This question is coming from David Melianus. I will read his question. His question is like this. Hello everyone. I have a question to Professor Manukit. Does the current pandemic have an effect on making robots?
Can you repeat?
Whether the pandemic have an effect on making robot? He asked like that.
Effect of making robot? What do you mean? Can you repeat again? I'm sorry. What is the effect of making robot? Is that the question?
Yes. The question is like that. He sent question through chat. He said that what is the effect of pandemic on making robots?
Oh, okay. Pandemic. Okay. Yes. In Thailand, actually, COVID come since mid of March. And that time, Thailand is the second country which has the highest number of the infected people. If you see from the beginning, number 1 is China, number 2 is Thailand. At that time, we are so serious. We have the martial law. Everyone cannot go out after maybe 10 p.m. And okay, it is released later. And for us, the engineer, we try to help several universities make the robot that assist the medical doctor. And for AIT, I make the robot that help the graduation ceremony of our school. We have school in AIT, but for the main AIT student, because the number of students are too huge, then we could not organize the graduation. But for the kids school, AIT International School, the number of kids are much less because one batch they are only allowed 20 students. Then we make the robot for their graduation. So we post the student face on the robot, and then the robot come and take the certificate from the principal. So this is only AIT, but the other university, they make a lot of robots to assist the medical doctor. But luckily, after that, the Thailand could stop the spreading of COVID quite well. So we have quite not many cases per day, and there is no case in the country. All the cases are from importing from abroad. So even we make a lot of robots to assist the medical doctor. Finally, they don't use it much because we have much less patients. This is the current situation in Thailand.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We still have time. If you still have questions. Any other questions from our participants? There is no question. If we don't have, I think we can end this session now. Thank you very much for all the speakers, and let us again give our big hands to all the speakers and all participants. Thank you, Professor Manukit,
Yes,
Professor
thank you.
Nandar, and Professor Kim.
Once again, let's give big round of applause out for Professor Marpaung and the speakers for the excellent sessions that we had. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to inform you that for those who ask questions during this panel session, will get interesting merchandise. So make sure you have questions and ask the questions, and make sure you contact the committee for getting the interesting merchandise that the committee has prepared for you. It is time for us to break. We have 10 minutes break time before we come back with the next session. So enjoy your break time. Thank you.
Komputernya ambil, laptopnya ambil.
Lima, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yang kami bangga.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, while you're enjoying your break time, I think it is important for the information. BCI and Construction Plus will give you a voucher worth 500,000 rupiah for 5 people just by going to Instagram and follow Construction Plus Asia and at first ICoSAE or one STICOSAE, then take a selfie with BCI Asia magazine that we have distributed to you before, and you can put the caption, join webinar first ICoSAE with us. And also, Paralogro and Asrinesia will give you interesting merchandise, like I said, if you ask any questions during the panel session. So make sure you ask any questions during the panel session. Uh, Construction Plus also will give you 1 year subscription free for the app. Just go to Instagram and DM. I need to see the cue card here. Go to the Instagram at Construction Plus Asia and DM by saying ICoSAE and Construction Plus. And for 10 lucky winners, will get the free subscription app for 1 year. So make sure you go there and do that. And don't forget, once again, a gentle reminder that while this conference is going on, make sure that your microphone is muted until you are allowed to speak by the committee. That's all, and enjoy your break time for 10 minutes. We'll be right back.
Ya.
Kenapa ya kalau tutup? Yes. Yes.
Thank you for moderator. Thank you for moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be presentation my title.
Mas, kok jam segini kok belum mulai piye itu panitia? Ya Mas.
Break time. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering panel session 1. For the presenters, please be prepared as you are going to be directed to the breakout rooms which have been provided by the committee. So have an excellent presentation.
Sorry, it's about mistake techniques. I want to say hello to everybody. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I'm
Hello.
sorry. Yeah, I make a big mistake. I'm sorry. It's I unmute the voice. First at all, I say thank you for all our speakers and all our participants
Ora krungu aku
today.
kayak ngomong kayak iki kupingku.
Pardon? So,
Apa toh? Hah?
Yes. Okay, and right now we give to first speaker is Mr. Saipul Bahri. It's about implementation of automatic headlight beep control system using fuzzy logic controller. Please, Mr. Saipul Bahri presentation.
And also write the name of speaker to be addressed. And all the questions will be answered after all speakers after your presentation is finished. Take your time and read the chat to find if any question is addressed to you. Welcome to Dr. Now, yes, yes,
Belum. Sudah mulai? Ya, sudah. Nggak ada. Nggak ada apa? Ini Bapak. Iya, tapi tampilan slide. Bu Eva ada? Saya kan di presentasi. Tapi suara udah mulai presentasi. Iya. Oh ya udah. Cuman yang saya jadi monitor lagi. Ya udah dengar suara aja. Ini suara. Kosong. Suara speakernya udah gede. Suara speaker. Suara speaker. Ini kok nggak ada keluar apa ini?
Tidak mau. Gambar di sini nggak tulisan.
Apa karena saya passwordnya beda? Halo, Dok. Suaranya kecil, tolong dimatiin.
Berisik ya?
Supaya itu
Berisik nggak ada masuk suara. Suara.
Ini terus aja.
Coba, ini deketin bapak. Bapak kalau ngomong
Udah, ini ada sih Pak, cuma kecil, kayaknya kejauhan.
Nah, ini bapak ini deketin. Bukan, yang dari sana udah dimasukin, nggak keluar apa-apa. Coba ngobrol. Halo, coba sambut ngobrol aja.
Halo Pak Agus. Semua moderator sama moderator dijadiin fokus saja Pak. Ya.
Halo. 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 Coba sapa cara kedengaran suara saya. Halo everybody.
Aku dengar Pak, dengar.
Mungkin aku harus leave dulu ya. Bukan, aku
Tadi ini sipil 1 Pak.
Ini lagi di setting. Iya. Ya itu.
Okay, Dr. Sutoro, you can talk just say next, something like that. Next,
Dia itu Pak Leo mau Pak Bapak. Jadi teman saya ngomong suaranya jelas. Halo. Cuma
ya, in fact,
Ini udah masuk, videonya udah muter.
udah, tapi yang saya enggak. Oh, dari situ.
Dari sini. UEFA udah jalan, ngomong. Kok di situ nggak jalan? Kok di sini nggak?
Yang pertama.
Bukan ibu yang ini. Ini kalau ibu mau masuk suaranya kita dulu.
Mohon maaf, tadi saya jaringan terputus, jadi keluar sendiri. Mohon maaf, dimasukkan untuk break room yang mechanical engineer. Tuh.
Minamauli ka ba da? No, ano, Sarawat Rayaw do sa. Isira ba kamat?
Sinaya ya? Sugadayan mga buli. Benar. Sinaya Ceroin na may pagi. Bigyan na yung suka ko bawa.
Kayak ini kopi susu.
Saya bisa dimasukkan ke RSI 1 lagi nggak? Tadi jaringan saya putus.
Sama juga, tolong saya dipindahin ke ruang saya kembali. Tadi juga jaringan putus.
Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room of the first ICoSAE International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering, organized by the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia and Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia. We hope you had a great time presenting in panel session 1. It is time to continue with the plenary session 4, 5, and 6. For these 3 sessions, we will have as the speakers Professor Dr. Insinyur Johannes Widodo M.Arch Ing from National University of Singapore, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Safawi Mohd Zain from University Malaysia Sarawak. This is also made possible by the partnership between Universitas Kristen Indonesia and University Malaysia Sarawak. And for these 3 sessions, last but not least, the speaker will be Professor Dr. Ing Urasiahaan Lich Rer Rek from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Jakarta. This plenary session will still be moderated by Professor Dr. Insinyur Charles O.P. Marpaung, MS. We would like to once again invite Professor Marpaung to come on stage. Let's give a big round of applause for our moderator today, Professor Marpaung.
Welcome back to the afternoon plenary session of the first International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering. There are 3 speakers also in these plenary sessions. They are Professor Johannes Widodo from National University of Singapore, and then Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim from Malaysia, and also the third speaker, the last speaker is Professor Urasiahaan from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. The first speaker is Professor Johannes Widodo. Before he delivers his presentation, I would like to read his CV. Professor Johannes Widodo earned his PhD degree from the University of Tokyo in 1996 and Master of Architectural Engineering from Catholic University of Leuven, Belgium in 1988, and his bachelor degree is from Parahyangan Catholic University, graduated in 1944 batch. The area of specialization of Johannes Widodo is architectural history, theory and criticism, urban design and urban studies, heritage conservation and management, sustainable Asian cities, culture and architecture, training and education in architecture, urbanism and cultural heritage management. Johannes Widodo has published many papers published in international reference journal or also international conference journal, international conference. My request Dr. Johannes Widodo to present his paper.
Thank you, Pak Marpong. Can you hear my voice clearly? My voice is okay?
Yes.
So thank you for the invitations. But first, today, 92 years ago, we have a very important event called the Pledge, or Sumpah Pemuda. And in 28th of October, 92 years ago, young people of Indonesia pledged that we have one country, one nation, and one language, Bahasa Indonesia. So I scrolled through the participants list just now. I noticed that almost everyone understands Bahasa Indonesia. So I believe Pak Muhammad Ibrahim from Sarawak, we are Serumpun. So I would ask, if possible, to everyone, also to the moderator, Pak Marpong, whether I can speak using Bahasa Indonesia instead of English for the sake of the participants and to commemorate this very important day.
Okay, I will ask the organizer whether we speak Indonesian or English. Where's the organizer?
Because I don't think it will reduce the conference as a...
Ibu Uli, can we speak in Indonesia? Huh? Oke. Pak Widodo, kita bisa berbicara memakai bahasa Indonesia. Silakan presentasi dalam bahasa Indonesia. Juga dalam rangka.
Terima kasih. Don't worry, the slide will be in English. And if there is someone who cannot understand Bahasa Indonesia, later you can ask and maybe somebody can help to translate. Jadi terima kasih. Bukan apa-apa, karena memang saya orang Indonesia, jiwanya Indonesia, dan saya pikir acara ini penting dilakukan dalam bahasa Indonesia karena bukan hanya nasionalisme, tapi juga fakta bahwa kita adalah bangsa yang penduduknya nomor 4 di dunia, 240 juta. Jadi saya akan langsung saja bicara tentang topik saya yang ingin saya sampaikan. Tadi pagi saya sempat dengar presentasi dari berbagai keynote speakers menyangkut macam-macam teknologi dan lain-lain. Dan saya juga sadar bahwa topik dari conference kita hari ini itu menyangkut infrastruktur, building, teknologi, dan yang paling penting istilah Society 5.0. Jadi pemahaman saya memang definisi dari Society 5.0 itu masih belum diberi nama. Ya, nomor 1 Society 1.0 itu masyarakat hunting and gathering. Lalu setelah itu kita bergerak masuk ke masyarakat agriculture 2.0, kemudian 3,0 industrial, dan sekarang katanya kita berada di periode Society 4.0, masyarakat informasi, lalu kita akan masuk ke satu periode baru yang didefinisikan menurut sumber ini, a human-centered society that balance economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. Banyak tentunya disangkutkan dengan instrumen, automation, robotik, dan lain-lain. Dan saya bukan, saya pakai teknologi setiap hari. Saya pakai internet dan terutama dalam masa pandemik ini, tanpa internet, rasanya kehidupan tidak bisa berjalan normal termasuk pendidikan. Tapi saya ingin menunjukkan fakta. Di masa pandemik ini, menurut statistik ini, 1,52 billion anak muda dan anak-anak, termasuk 743 juta anak-anak wanita, perempuan, tidak bisa mendapatkan pendidikan. Alasannya banyak. Alasannya bisa kemiskinan, memang dari dulu memang tidak bisa sekolah, bisa alasannya tidak bisa beli data, tidak punya akses ke internet. Dan ini adalah fakta bahwa sebetulnya walaupun seolah-olah kita mewajibkan anak-anak mahasiswa kita untuk belajar di rumah atau di corporate semua orang kerja dari rumah, work from home, tidak semua orang sebetulnya mampu untuk mendapatkan akses yang baik ke internet. Saya nggak tahu bagaimana peserta conference ini saja yang kesulitan untuk mendapatkan koneksi yang stabil. Dan fakta lain yang kita hadapi itu adalah internet itu sendiri tidak sustainable. Dia memerlukan listrik, dia memerlukan energi, dia memerlukan listrik 24 jam terus-menerus untuk membuat cloud itu berfungsi. Bayangkan seandainya kita tidak punya listrik, mati 1 bulan. Kita nggak bisa melakukan transfer bank, kita tidak bisa Shopee, kita tidak bisa main WhatsApp, kita tidak bisa even menggunakan Office 365, ya, sharing, dan semuanya berhenti. Bahkan sekarang semuanya didigitasi, buku digitasi. Buku fisik itu jarang sekali, makin sedikit dicetak. Paper semua publish di e-publications. Foto, kita pesta ulang tahun, kita jalan-jalan, ada yang meninggal, pesta pernikahan, kita upload. Facebook, Instagram, cloud, share, semua orang bisa lihat. Tapi kita tidak punya arsip. Pada satu saat itu hilang, hilanglah semuanya. Nah, ini adalah peta dari bagaimana dunia itu dipisahkan antara yang punya akses internet bagus dan tidak ada akses internet sama sekali. Lihat, sebagian besar di Afrika, sebagian besar di India, dan lain-lain. Warna itu mungkin hanya berapa persen yang bisa dapat good internet access. Jadi tidak merata, ada yang namanya digital divide. Belum lagi kita bicara soal automation dan teknologi. Jadi istilah saya, saat ini kita hidup di dalam black hole of civilizations. Kita tahu banyak tentang piramid, tentang sejarah Mesir, sejarah Cina, sejarah Majapahit, sejarah kerajaan Kutai, tulang bawang di Indonesia, karena ada batu prasasti, ada bukti tertulis. Karena ada buku-buku yang diterjemahkan dan kalau dipublish, dicetak di abad 19, awal abad 20, sampai tahun 50, 60-an, sampai tahun 2000-an, kita masih punya beberapa literar itu. Foto, dulu waktu ulang tahun saya selalu dibawa foto sama orang tua saya. Saya punya foto album. Saya masih menyimpan foto dari kakek, dari nenek saya. Physical foto. Tapi sekarang, untuk mencari foto yang saya posting di Facebook, berapa hari yang lalu pun saya harus scroll. Panjang sekali. Dulu sebelum Facebook ada yang namanya Friendster. Friendster hilang, semua foto saya di Friendster hilang. ini adalah kenyataan bahwa tidak ada internet, tidak ada storage, tidak ada arsip. Kalau kita masukkan ke hard disk atau masuk ke CD-ROM, berapa lama bisa bertahan? 3-5 tahun, maksimum 10 tahun. Thumb drive apalagi. Thumb drive versi 1,0 sudah nggak bisa dibaca sekarang. Jadi ada keterbatasan waktu, dan ini yang membuat saya berpikir, apakah ketergantungan kita kepada teknologi, kita beriman bahwa teknologi dan internet itu akan membuat manusia menjadi sejahtera dan lebih resilience terhadap disaster, terhadap itu akan betul-betul bisa menyelamatkan umat manusia. If there is no internet, all connectivity and clouds are gone. Lifespan of physical storage and limited technology will expire. Digital technology useful for facilitating almost everything. Tapi masalahnya tadi, ada masalah digital divide, digital poverty, digital inequality, tetap ada dan semakin memburuk. Jadi memang kita butuhkan ini, tapi janganlah kita menggantungkan seluruh nasib dan seluruh upaya kita kepada teknologi. Dan itu yang menjadi problem pada saat kita mau memasuki katakanlah 5.0. Isu lain ini lebih ke masalah ethical. Kita lihat berapa banyak pen yang ada di meja kita atau di saku kita saat ini. Zaman dulu, kalau tinta habis, kita buka, kita ganti. Kita nggak tetap pegang pen itu. Kalau zaman sekarang, pennya habis tintanya, kita buang, kita ambil lagi ke yang lain. Kita nginep di hotel, kita dapat pen. Kita ikut conference, kita dapat pen. Jadi ada ratusan pen yang numpuk di meja kerja saya. Bukan hanya name tag. Ya, untung sekarang kita tidak perlu datang ke ruang konferensi terlalu banyak. Name tag atau conference itu juga numpuk kalau udah bertahun-tahun. Jadi ini persoalan waste. Dan waste itu bisa menjadi amat ekstrim. Ini contoh misalnya pada saat beberapa tahun yang lalu, 2-3 tahun lalu, di Cina, di Singapura, di banyak maka shared bicycle ditinggalkan begitu saja. Kenapa? Produksinya, kalau produksi massal sekian juta sepeda, harga satu sepeda mungkin kurang dari $5. Tapi kemudian setelah itu disebar di seluruh dunia, untuk bisa mendapatkan sepeda ini, untuk menyewa ini harus taruh katakanlah down payment atau uang jaminan $50, udah cukup karena yang pemilik sepeda itu sudah mendapatkan modalnya kembali. Sehingga secara nggak langsung sepeda itu mau dibuang kemana-mana, mau rusak, tidak perlu dipelihara, tidak jadi masalah. Persoalan lingkungan yang ditimbulkan oleh shared culture ini, untuk waste culture ini, luar biasa biayanya. Plastik, yang kita tahu sendiri bagaimana plastik mengotori lingkungan kita, sampai ikan makan plastik sehingga kita tidak merasa aman untuk makan ikan dari laut. Kertas, dan lain-lain. Semua ini adalah kenyataan. Belum lagi kita hadapi persoalan seperti kaya dan miskin, urban divide, gated community, slum settlements, pollution, traffic jam. Jadi apa yang terjadi pada saat ini adalah persoalan dunia yang sedang sakit. Bukan hanya dunianya, alamnya, tapi juga masyarakatnya. Kita menghadapi masalah pollution, waste, throwaway culture. Kita menghadapi masalah yang lebih serius lagi, climate change, masalah air, loss of biodiversity, decline in the quality of human life and breakdown of society, global inequality, social economic polarity, economic greed, the need of social justice. Semua ini jauh lebih besar daripada persoalan robot. Apakah ini bisa diselesaikan oleh robot? Apakah automation bisa menyelesaikan ini? Saya pikir persoalannya bukan kita membuang masalah kepada sesuatu yang lain di luar diri kita harus kembali lagi kepada diri sendiri. Dalam istilahnya, kalau kita menyangkut masalah etik, kita perlu pertobatan. Pertobatan bukan hanya dalam arti agama, tapi juga sebetulnya pertobatan dalam arti behavior. Bagaimana kita memperlakukan sesama, bagaimana kita memperlakukan bumi kita. Kita harus mengubah paradigma. Karena teknologi tanpa manusia itu tidak smart. Yang smart itu bukan teknologi. Yang smart itu bukan city. Tapi manusianya smart atau stupid. Kalau manusianya stupid, sesmart apapun teknologi, teknologi itu akan stupid. Tidak bisa menjalankan apa. Komputer tanpa manusia yang ada di balik keyboard tidak punya arti apa-apa selain sebagai sampah. Jadi tergantung sekarang bagaimana sikap orang yang mengoperasikan software itu, yang mengoperasikan hardware. Apakah dia seorang yang egosentrik atau altruistik? Jadi saya pikir langkah yang paling penting adalah mulai dari self-reflection and humility. Merasa bahwa kita bukanlah orang yang atau manusia itu bisa mengatasi semua persoalan. Bahwa kita itu bukan Tuhan. Dan kita tidak diciptakan untuk menjadi seperti Tuhan. Tapi kita adalah manusia yang memang lemah, yang memang punya masalah, sehingga kita memang harus sadar dan selalu mengubah diri kita, bekerja sama dan berusaha untuk sebaik-baiknya secara lewat refleksi untuk membuat dunia menjadi lebih baik. Kita harus meninggalkan kebiasaan-kebiasaan yang tidak sustainable. Misalnya tadi, pen. Kalau memang masih ada satu, ya pakailah terus. Kalau masih ada refill, ya paling kita pakai refill. Kalau kita punya kelebihan pen, barangkali pen itu kita bisa sumbangkan pada anak-anak di Afrika atau anak-anak di perkampungan, di slum, sehingga nggak bisa punya alat-alat itu. Repent from unsustainable, arrogant lifestyle. Reinvent good tradition and wisdom. Ingat kembali bagaimana zaman sebelum ada teknologi. Waktu kita masih mengalami masa industri, waktu bisa mengalami masa agriculture, di mana belum ada industri. Adopt a better lifestyle. Practice misalnya vernacular architecture, cross ventilations, tidak tergantung dari air conditions. Promote dialogue, inclusiveness, transparency, social justice. Promote love and care towards nature and other people. Develop timely, appropriate, ethical, and just solutions. Be truthful to self and empathetic to all God's creations. Ini back to basic yang saya maksud, bahwa untuk menghadapi masyarakat 4.0, bukan hanya kita perlu untuk menguasai teknologi otomasi yang lebih canggih, tapi justru kita harus menjadi semakin humble, semakin empathetic, semakin bisa merasakan penderitaan orang lain akibat dari impact kita. Dan satu prinsip yang saya pikir penting, melalui pendidikan ke anak-anak kita, terhadap kita sendiri, sebelum kita mengganti iPhone 7, iPhone 11 kita ke iPhone 12 yang sudah keluar, tanyalah pada diri sendiri, is it really what I want, or is it really what I need? Kita harus bisa membedakan antara keinginan dan kebutuhan. Kalau itu saya memang butuh teknologi, seharga sekian ratus 10 juta untuk sebuah alat smartphone, whatever, kita akan bayar itu. Tapi kalau itu adalah what I want, but what I need, saya masih bisa bekerja dengan iPhone 7 saya, dengan baik dan dengan cukup. Mengapa saya harus membuang itu kemudian mengganti dengan iPhone 12? Nah, ini adalah soal persoalan ethics. Mengubah paradigma dari I want, I impose, I see, I consume dengan huruf I besar ke I listen, huruf I kecil. I appreciate, I understand, I concern. Dan kalau kita bisa membalikkan itu, akan muncullah paradigma perubahan etik dalam diri setiap kita dan juga dalam pendidikan terutama. Bagaimana kita menanamkan ini kepada anak-anak kita, kepada generasi yang akan datang. Sikap yang kemudian akan menjadi action, dan action itu berupa I care, kepedulian, I do, mau berbuat sesuatu untuk mengubah sesuatu yang jelek menjadi lebih baik, I love, and I share. Dan itu semua keluar secara otomatis. Kenapa saya tidak suka multi-level marketing? Terutama yang dulu mulai dipromosikan dengan Amway. Ya, semua orang sekarang banyak jualan itu. Katakanlah kalau ada downliner dari seseorang, kita bisa jual vitamin, kita bisa jual ini, jual itu, seolah-olah kita menolong orang lain, tetapi kenyataannya secara ekonomi, orang yang memulai sistem ini, multi piramid ini, yang paling top, itu akan menikmati profit yang terbesar. Sementara downlinernya sedikit lebih kecil profitnya, dan profit itu dilempar ke atas, dan supaya dia bisa menjadi profit, bisa mendapatkan keuntungan, dia harus mencari downliner lebih banyak lagi, lebih banyak lagi, lebih banyak lagi. Sehingga mereka yang ada di tengah-tengah itu mengalami break even. Sementara mereka yang ada di bawah sedang berjuang harus memakan teman-temannya, meyakinkan orang lain, tetangganya untuk membeli produk kita. Dan itu pada akhirnya akan menjadi semacam vacuum cleaner. Dari yang paling bawah disedot ke atas, kekayaan itu dinikmati oleh yang hanya orang yang paling segelintir, yang kecil, tapi menikmati kekayaan yang paling besar. Dan ini yang akan menghancurkan dunia kita. Dan sifat seperti ini, kita harus membalikkan piramid itu justru. Bukan terus mempromosikan MLM. Kita harus mengganti katakanlah disposable chopstick, katanya lebih sehat, lebih apa, dengan katakanlah kita bawa chopstick atau sendok kita sendiri untuk makan, sebagai contoh. Dan dalam perencanaan yang namanya Smart City, saya beri contoh beberapa implementasinya. Negara Singapura itu kecil banget, hanya 700 km persegi, tidak ada resources. Energi diimport, manusia diimport, makanan diimport, semuanya diimport. Ini adalah pulau yang amat tidak sustainable. Tapi bagaimana untuk negara sekecil ini? Penduduk hanya 5,5 juta, kemudian resources hampir zero, bisa survive. Nomor satu adalah dengan memprioritaskan bagaimana misalnya public transport. Itu akan diberikan prioritas di permukaan tanah, termasuk sepeda dan jalan kaki. Kemudian yang lain-lain dimasukkan ke dalam tanah. Kendaraan dipajak begitu mahal, supaya orang kalau bisa tidak punya mobil pribadi, kemudian mau menggunakan public transport, untuk apa? Untuk mengurangi polusi, untuk membuat hidup menjadi lebih sehat. Lalu dikembangkanlah konsep city in nature, bukan hanya garden city. Dibuka banyak sekali park connector. Supaya apa? Supaya orang kembali mendekati kepada alam. Bukan tergantung kepada teknologi atau otomasi. Tentu ada riset di Singapura misalnya, untuk mulai menggantikan tenaga buruh dari luar dengan otomasi membuat bangunan. Dengan sistem robot untuk pasang cladding, menggunakan drone untuk mengirimkan barang dari satu tempat ke tempat lain, membuat drone untuk inspeksi bangunan tinggi misalnya, secara engineering, so, melihat kerusakan. Kenapa? Karena lebih murah. Emang ya, tapi pada satu saat misalnya katakanlah tidak ada listrik sama sekali. Suplai energi dari Natuna, pipa itu dipotong, kita nggak punya gas. Air minum dipotong oleh Malaysia, tidak ada air minum. Nuklir kita tidak punya. Pembangkit listrik tergantung batu bara atau gas, dan LNG, suplainya juga nggak bisa masuk ke sini. Habislah, nggak ada lagi yang namanya kota ini. Sehingga prioritas harus diberikan pada 3 hal yang paling penting untuk bisa survive. Air. Maka teknologi itu di sini dipakai untuk membuat new water. Termasuk air yang baru itu dari recycling, apa yang kita pakai dari sehari-hari, dari pembuangan dari rumah-rumah, dari air hujan, juga desalinisasi dari air laut. Marina Bay misalnya yang di tengah kota itu dibendung supaya airnya bisa menjadi reservoir untuk air minum. Dan kapal-kapal turis yang beroperasi di sana dirubah menjadi kapal yang bertenaga solar, bertenaga matahari, supaya tidak. Oke. Dan itu yang membuat teknologi menjadi lebih penting. Water loop ditutup. Food security, pembangunan perumahan rakyat dikembangkan juga dengan urban farming. Energi mulai diganti energi dari fosil berubah menjadi energi matahari karena kita ada di daerah tropis. Bahkan kemudian prioritas berubah dari sustainable building menjadi well building standard, di mana unsur udara, air, nourishment, cahaya, fitness, comfort, dan wellness, dan mind itu menjadi prioritas. Misalnya gedung kami yang baru di sini tidak ada lift, liftnya disembunyikan. Orang dipaksa untuk bisa naik pakai tangga ke atas. Matahari, solar matahari, cahaya matahari dipakai untuk energi, sehingga bangunan ini bisa menjadi bangunan yang zero energy. Bahkan di masa COVID, karena penggunaannya rendah, menjadi positif energi, bisa mengekspor energi dari bangunan ini. Lalu, satu lagi yang penting-penting, kita perlu aircon, tapi airconnya sistem hybrid. Kita gunakan teknologi dengan campur dengan cross ventilasi yang kita kembangkan bersama menurut prinsip arsitektur vernakular. Jadi climate crisis ini hanya bisa diatasi dengan perubahan sikap. Dan pendidikan itu amat penting, terutama pendidikan menyangkut empathy dan value, untuk bisa menyadari bahwa teknologi itu bukan segalanya. Peranan dari citizen, dari masyarakat, itu semuanya harus terlibat. Termasuk profesor terutama, pengajar. Jadi action yang kita perlukan sekarang, nomor 1, be afraid. Jangan merasa semuanya akan baik-baik saja. And be prepared. Reuse and regenerate traditional wisdom. Reinvent our DNA of cultural resilience. Fokus on moderation, regeneration, rejuvenation. Dan fokus kepada nurturing youth power, anak-anak muda. Di mana mereka masih punya autentisitas, simplicity, honesty, optimism, dan lain-lain. Dan yang paling penting, keeping and nurturing all knowledge and wisdom. Dari society 1, society 2, society 3 dan 4 sebagai kunci supaya kita bisa survive masuk dalam society 5 dan selanjutnya. Saya kasih satu terakhir kutipan dari Greta Thunberg, umur 13 tahun, mungkin sekarang 15 tahun, yang dia berjuang, langsung bertindak untuk menyadarkan generasi tua, generasi saya, generasi kita, bahwa kita gagal dalam memelihara bumi kita. The eyes of all future generation are upon you. And if you choose to fail us, I say we will never forgive you. Ini adalah suara dari generasi masa depan, generasi 5.0, yang akan menuntut pada kita yang hidup pada saat ini kalau kita tidak bisa melakukan sesuatu yang positif. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Dr. Widodo untuk presentasinya. Mari kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Dr. Widodo. The next speaker is Professor Muhammad Ibrahim. Professor Muhammad Ibrahim from the University of Malaysia, Sarawak. He earned his PhD degree from Civil Engineering from Tohoku University in year 2004, and his Master of Engineering also in the same field of study from the University of Canterbury in 1997, and his Bachelor degree from Civil Engineering also from the University of Sheffield in 1992. Professor Muhammad Ibrahim has published many papers, published in international and international journal. May I request Professor Ibrahim to deliver his speech.
Masih di unmute.
Okay, now I'm all right. Good afternoon, Prof. Mapao.
Good afternoon.
Is my audio okay?
Oh, yes.
Right. I'm going to share my slide now. Thank you for having me today in your August conference. Right. Our respected rector this morning, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and respected Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program, our fellow keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I was very impressed with Professor Widodo talk just now. It was very touching. And I hope I can continue something on that sense because we were given an open topic. So I choose to talk about breaking the barriers to facilitate change. Technically, ironically, coincidentally, we pick up the same icon from our website. So I'm not going to go through it one more time because Professor Widodo did a very good job there. It's just that what I want to emphasize in this slide, when we reach what we call the so-called Society 4.0, where we are in the information society, people want to see big, fast change. And technically things are driven by economy. Those who are trying to make big bucks at the expense of values. That was why I was very keen to listen to Prof. Widodo because he was technically looking at how we should see values in our society today. And if we were to move into the so-called Society 5.0, we have to pay for whatever climate change that is happening today. So in a nutshell, we are trying to say the world is getting smaller for everybody. And if we don't do anything about it, chances is it's not for all. So ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about evolving our society towards something which is so-called easy by the click of the button or done by automation, and everything is under IoT, AI, and so on. What we're trying to say is human beings are trying to be lazier, if I may use that word, because we used to work hard, we used to sweat and toil, we used to have social networking physically, but now we are losing all that. Are these the kind of society that we thought we should be? So there is also some caution there when we talk about evolving our society towards what people are going for. Probably the Western world or those who think that they are advanced in their way of life, they might have their own values, but all of us here in Southeast Asia and in our region, technically we have to be very careful because we have our own values, and what I'm trying to say, we cannot move as fast as they are. According to the World Economic Forum this year, the demand for skills will be challenging and striving for the best amongst the best. And big techno companies are pinching the best skills from one another. They are willing to pay thousands and thousands in order to get a big brain from amongst the community. As we know, they put analytical thinking and innovation as one of the greatest skills for the future. But if you have any company of those who are doing research, technically in the field of electronics, electrical, and you can appreciate the handphone that we have. There's always update and there's always changes, innovation, new products, and so on. Behind all these good products or improved versions of the handphone are people who work 24/7. And slowly they're losing the values. They may be paid 40,000 per month, but the kind of demand that the companies are putting on them is really horrendous. And their task is technically to go and push the border of knowledge further and further so that they have the edge over their competitors. So these are the kind of information society, so-called, that we have, and we are going along with it. For example, in Malaysia, we are trying to build the Merdeka Tower, and it's supposed to be the tallest building in this region. And you can imagine the kind of challenges and exposures that are required for us to join in the race towards modernization and so on. However, having said that, taking a bit of cue from Professor Widodo's talk just now, these kind of exposures, these kind of challenges and opportunities, they are those limited to people who have access to education, people who have access towards higher education, and people who have access to exposure and challenges. And majority of us do not have that opportunity. So we have to take it with a pinch of salt that the way we have been evolving, there must be certain values that we need to put into it. One inevitable change, I believe we are all aware of, is what they call SARS-CoV-2, or the popular name is COVID-19. And we can see that governments are changing the way they work. You have things like work from home, and the industries, they keep on looking for innovations to survive. Those who doesn't innovate are going to go bankrupt or going to lose out in this sense. And technology itself, everybody going online and everybody thinking like anything related to IT will be the product they go for. And values also change. So with what happened to COVID, I would like to emphasize three things. We realize that all this while in our life, there are things that we really require. The first thing that we need is sharing of knowledge. It is timely in this kind of society that we have, we share what we have, the knowledge that we have. We make it known to everybody. And it's already happening now in the YouTube, in the Wikipedia, in the cyberspace. We can see that happening. And secondly, we know that there are things redundant in our life. Big, massive office buildings, these are redundant. Suddenly today, UNIMAS can conduct the program without having big lecture halls, tutor rooms, exam rooms. So these are all reflections for us to think that sometimes we overdo in most of the way we do things. And lastly, we should realize there are things that are wasteful. For example, organizations that are bulky, and then we realize there are people that we don't need, and they just paid and not much of work done, quality output, and so on. So this COVID incident really does open up our eyes and our mind to reflect and see, are we doing it right all this while? Or suddenly we found out, there are things that can be done otherwise. So we responded, of course, but we are just responding as a reaction. It is not a culture. Most of us, at the back of our mind, we are still thinking that maybe when the COVID is finished, we'll get back to our normal life. So it's not a real change that is happening. It's just a reaction. Right, back to the topic that we are talking about, whereby in terms of engineering, architectural society, we like to reflect. Okay, because most of us here, we are here because of these two words, engineering and architecture. So the norms that we normally have are those people involved in our industries, the universities, the government, investors, and authorities, consultants, contractors, and also new materials coming out. Are we really changing towards society 5.0? Did COVID-19 incident has any impact on our industry, the construction industry? So I would like to reflect to everybody this question, because if we were to move forward as an industry involved in construction per se, or in factory and so on, then we have to see what is the factor that will help us to reach a better position in our society. Like, I give you an example, the airline industries, AirAsia, right? Suddenly the norms of checking in, buying the tickets and so on can be done by 2 or 3 personnel only. So they really managed to get into a lean management, and they really managed to use technology and still improve and progress in the way they are functioning as an airline. Here we are looking at the construction industry per se. So I would like to take this opportunity to share with you our own experience in Sarawak or in Unimas. We have a massive government project that builds coastal road. There are many phases, and I'm talking about phase 1, about 112 kilometers. So as the country progresses, most of our engineers, they will build infrastructures on hard ground, good soil, mineral soils. As we move forward, suddenly we realize we don't have enough soil. And in Sarawak itself, most of our soil are peat soil. So due to this, they have no choice how to build on peat. It is a problematic soil. Hence, 10 years ago, we already foresee this in Unimas, and we move on to find research on using formed concrete and stabilized soil, and we come up with our innovation. However, the last 3 years, as we were trying to push our innovation to the industry, we get very cynical response. The contractors, for example, they will ask us like, if you can put this into the design, we'll build it. And then we go to the contractors, the consultants, and the consultant will come back to us and say, if it is not in the guideline, we can't use it. And then back to the approving authority, the public works department or so on. And these people, they weigh out the risk, whether our new innovative design, whether it will work or it will cause them problem, will cost them their jobs. So the whole cycle that we went through was really challenging. What I'm trying to say is that our society in the construction industries, they are not willing to change. They are not willing to adopt serious innovation and trying out new materials and so on. Probably we are talking only on this situation we are dealing with peat, but the fact remains that not all the people are ready for change. And this is not good actually, because change is something that is happening, whether we like it or not. So I'm not sure the situation in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, to pursue change is going to be a big challenge in this construction industry. Right, having said that, that comes to the bulk of my talk, which is the people, right? We talk about the cyberspace and the physical space, but between them, there should be another dimension which involves the people. A simple example I put up here, you buy things online, you can't get that product delivered through the computer because it doesn't travel that way. So you need the logistic. Logistic means you need the people to bring things to you. So that is where just now I purposely left out the letter P in my earlier presentation, because P is about the people. If the people can change and the people are willing to face the future happenings, then we are in a good position, either as a country or as a society. But if we resist all these changes happening in front of us, then slowly we will be like dinosaur. We will be history in a short time. And with respect to people, there are 3 elements here. I like to go quickly. The age barrier, the academic merits, and institutional barrier. Age barrier, what it means is that in today's world, in the construction industry or in the engineering or architecture industry, the old minds have to give way. The young people, no matter what their age are, they're making great progress, and they are so willing to be technology savvy and adopt the IT instrument and software. And that's how we should progress forward. As long as the old minds are still there, we will be in the 60s or in the 70s. The academic barrier, we are looking at knowledge per se, the same way the market is now borderless. There is no border in the market. Similarly, knowledge, there is borderless. You could have, probably during Prof. Widodo time, ivory universities like Cambridge and what do you call? I mean, those kind of universities. I forgot Cambridge, I forgot the other names. So anyway, those people that I look up upon. But in today's world, where things are changing very fast, you can be anybody as long as you're willing to spend time, as long as you're willing to network with people. And the same goes to the engineering profession or the architectural profession. And lastly, my topic of discussion today is institutional barrier. Things like the accrediting agencies, they specify for you, engineers should be this and that, and they should learn this and that. It's like a mold that all of us have to follow. But in reality, it is something that is going to impede change, because it's not going to be coming out with creativity, with great minds, because you fix the mold as you think fit. What it should be is that let the young ones move forward and grow in their ideas, in the creativity, and observe the way they tackle problems. And you might be surprised. They can be even better than what we expect from them. Similarly, like agencies, working on projects, facilitating projects, and so on, there might come a time they will be redundant, because everything will be done through technology. Like I was saying just now, the AirAsia system, you used to have 5 or 6 people handling certain tasks, and now you only take one or two, in fact, is enough, from the way you check in until you board the plane. Similarly, if you have 100 acres of land, you might be using previous years manual laborers and animals or things like that. But today, for 100 acres, you only take 1 or 2 workers, as long as you have the tractor and the equipment. So our engineering society have to be ready. We have to be ready to adopt the change and to adapt to the changes. And what I'm referring to are the people involved in our industries, including universities. So that is why I put a very nice sentence there. Change is for those warriors who have hearts of steel. And technically, if you are a coward or you are not willing to change, one day you will be history. So it's about breaking these barriers. It's about making us as competitive as any other people in the world. And before I end my talk, I would like to express my observation, because one of my forte is about strategic planning. I've been observing Indonesian universities and the way they have been moving forward. And if there is no flip-flop in your policies that you're doing today, I have strong faith that Indonesian universities will be the next 5 years in the forefront of innovation. And I thank you for that. And I thank you for having me today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Professor Muhammad Ibrahim. Let us give big hands to Professor Muhammad Ibrahim. Again, I would like to remind the audience that we will have question and answer sessions after all the 3 speakers finish their presentation. The last presenter is Professor Uran Syahaan. While she is preparing his presentation, the organizer will screen a short video, and then Professor Uran Syahaan will prepare his presentation.
Oh, jadi nggak usah gantung di kuping. Itu aja. Akan jatuh ya.
Let us start again for the plenary session. For the last speaker, is Professor Urasiaan. She is currently the faculty of the postgraduate program and the head of the Magister External program. Professor Urasiaan finished his PhD degree in 1991 from Karlsruhe University in the field of city and regional planning. And her master degree is also from Karlsruhe University in the field of city and regional planning. Her bachelor degree is from Architecture Engineering, Bandung Institute of Technology. Professor Urasiaan has done many research and published the papers in international review journal and international conference. May I request Professor Urasiaan to deliver your speech.
Thank you. Thank you for time. Thank you for your coming here in the seminar. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I will talk about green building, smart city and sustainable city. Green buildings, smart buildings, or smart cities, and sustainable cities are the strong issues in the early 21st century. It's because of the coronavirus 19 now outbreak all changed drastically. Concern about this disease outbreak began in the late 20th century with the issue of AIDS, Ebola virus, and Hong Kong influenza virus, swine, etc. In the early 21st century, all reached their peak at the end of 2019. With COVID-19 pandemic attack. Sustainable cities will, of course, and must think about this problem so that the assumption that a smart city, because of the digital age, must increasingly be accepted with the latest condition of pandemic attack. Planning methods, buildings designs, and cities must pay attention to the criteria determined by COVID-19. It is wash hands, wear mask, and keep distance. This boils down to an attitude of maintaining clean lines, avoiding germs, and preventing the spread of the virus through and touch and breath. This provision is easily supported by advances in technology through digital capabilities. With this technology advances, humans can avoid direct contact, spread germs, and can still communicate over thousands of kilometers. This paper will discuss this issue with a concentration of sustainable development. On October 20th, 2018, I made a paper about Smart City in the Era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 at UP Campus Jalan Diponegoro, 7680 Central Jakarta. The issue of sustainable urban development has been going on for decades, and it will remain a concern of city experts. It has been 2 years since the seminar. I would like to continue the theme, green building smart city and sustainable city, with the belief that the issue of the COVID-19 pandemic is very important to pay attention to for the continued development of smart city. Through this discussion, I hope that we can lay the foundations for a more appropriate smart city development after the major change in urban issue due to the development of the coronavirus pandemic outbreak. As an explanation of thoughts about smart city, I review the problem of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and its continuation as the 5.0 society revolution. Many people are guessing, will this COVID-19 outbreak pass quickly? The suspicion is growing. Now there is little hope placed on vaccine to prevent COVID-19. It can be seen that urban development has brought a new paradigm, namely the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, the problem smart city cannot be separated from the issue of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, urban problem solving must add a standard element to prevent the COVID-19 pandemic. Mature rules, wear masks, wash hands, and maintain distance. Next, methodology. The discussion of this paper is divided into 3 parts, namely about green building, smart city, and sustainable city. Green building discusses ecological buildings, which until the end of 2009 are still the standard for sustainable city development. Smart building Indonesia is still in the learning stage and is being implemented only in Jakarta, Surabaya, and other big cities in Indonesia. These 2 elements become study materials for sustainable cities. Currently, the COVID-19 pandemic must be considered in drafting the concepts of green buildings, smart city, and sustainable city. Seeing these developments, the discussion methodology currently used is in the following stages. Review of green building standards. Second, review of smart buildings and smart city standards and sustainable city with input from the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. Next, the green building began to be discussed in the late 20th century and early 21st century, where ecological problems have become a necessity for city development. How to build an ecology began to think about how to process environmentally friendly development, efficient use of resources during the life cycle of the building, starting from initial planning, construction, operation, maintenance, renovation, until to demolition. Green buildings are also designed to reduce impact of the built environment on human health, nature, animals, and plants, and the efficient use of energy, water, and other resources. The application of green building aspects in terms of building design states, first selection of building shape, proper orientation to anticipate climatological conditions, using a shield or sun shading to reduce solar heat and radiation. Lighting system with intelligent lighting system, waste treatment, reuse and safe water use. And the next, the green building development concept pays attention to the following aspects. The next. The use of materials that are as far as possible from nature can be recycled have high durability. The use of energy in its construction uses renewable energy, solar panels, use of water as economically as possible, avoiding the use of groundwater, and avoid using materials that contains toxins such as PVC, etc. Next picture, smart city has cities that have integrated information and communication technology into everyday city governance to improve efficiency. And technology into everyday city governance to improve efficiency, public services, and improve the welfare of citizens. Technology integration in city governance is made possible thanks to the existence of Internet of Things, which is a network of electronic devices that are interconnected and capable of sending data or following up with minimal human intervention. Implementation of smart city in Indonesia itself has experienced various obstacles ranging from inadequate supporting infrastructure, the readiness of local governments, to the people themselves who have not been able to fully utilize digital technology. Smart city has a lot to do with the Industrial Revolution. Here I will discuss it briefly, starting from the industrial. So back. Oh, Revolution 1.2, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and now head of briefly the 5.0 Industrial Revolution. The 5.0 Industrial Revolution was initiated by Japan, which was concerned about the social conditions of the country. So it was called the Revolution Society 5.0. The development of the Industrial Revolution from year to year, from stage to stage, always has an influence of the development of the city and the people of the city as well. So it's called the Social Revolution. Okay. Yes. So smart city, we can see the stages of industrial revolution in the following screenings. The first industrial revolution began with steam engine in the 18th century. Second industrial revolution in the 19th century marked by mass production and specialization of work. Third industrial revolution, early 1970, development of electronic systems and information technology systems. The fourth industrial revolution was first started at the Hanover Messe Industrial Exhibition in the city of Hanover, Germany in 2011. The Industrial Revolution 5.0 or Society 5.0 was pioneered by Japan on January 21st, 2019. He talked about the rapid development of technology as well as the presence of robots with intelligence that are considered to be able to replace the role of humans. The problems faced by the Japan are about the high population of the older generation, the high cost of medical treatment, the lack of availability of skilled workers, and the high cost of maintaining infrastructure. Japan is starting to use medical records to help accelerate healthcare, create remote systems for health services, use artificial intelligence and robots as nurses and sensors to help maintain roads, tunnels, bridges, and other infrastructure. Now is the impact of Industrial Revolution on city evolution. At every stages in the stages of the Industrial Revolution, it turns out that it is accompanied by changes in the urban system. The bad impact of the second or 2.0 Industrial Revolution had an impact on urban conditions. At that time, and was often accompanied by outbreak of diseases. From time to time, urban planners began to idealistic cities such as garden cities. Cities in the era of Industrial Revolution 3.0, in the era of digital revolution, the use of electronics and information technology systems, production automation, the invention of the logic control system, PLC, which is called the 08969 modem, the impact of industrial and automotive development brings further environmental impacts, thus starting the era of eco-friendly cities. The city government in this era is trying to invite public participation in the city development through the good governance management system, in which the city government has more as a facilitator, citizens as participants. It is also included in smart city targets. And now about urbanization. One problem of the densely populated city is the continuing pressure of urbanization without limits, so that it will disrupt the city economy and balance between the city's income and expenditure budget. Global climate change also has an impact around the world. How should this be dealt with? Plus the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the second, smart city in this industrial era 4.0 became first cities that facilitate and use new disruptive technology patterns, which give rise to new economic players. Second, cities that make use of supercomputers, smart robots, driverless vehicles, genetic editing, and the development of neurotechnology that allow humans to better optimize brain function. Third, cities that can experience the threat of massive unemployment, which brings excess social and political shocks. Fourth, cities that don't need a centralized wholesale retail business such as Tanah Abang, centers wholesalers, but more towards trade that connects consumers directly to producers, can result in the development of the expedition business. Now about the connection. Next picture, please. The connection about between city evolutions, stages of society, and stages of industrial revolution. I have saw that human and animal power were replaced by machine in the industrial revolution 1.0 has impact to the beginning of industrial era society 1.0 by replacing human resources to machine. Trade increases in this era for profit purposes, and in the city the impact now is government as administrator, residents as presidents. It It is a classic city. We call it classic city. And the second, industrial revolution, invention of agricultural and animal husbandry techniques, invention of electric power generation and motor fuel. It has influenced to industrial society 2.0, fueled by conveyor belts and electricity. People become traders, craftsmen, farmers, or agricultural workers. It is in the 1850 until 1914, and the city is the garden city era, when the city government as service provider citizen as consumer. And so further, the third generation of industrial revolution, it has influence to the computer society. Society 3.0. It is triggered by machine that can move and think automatically, namely computers and robots. In this era, begin the friendly environment city. And in this era, city government as facilitator and the residents as participants. The next picture, please. Digital revolution, electronics and information technology systems, production, automation, the invention of the logic control system, transformation of new business models has an impact also in the society 4.0, information society. And in this time, come to the smart city, and city government as collaborator, residents as partners of creation. And the fifth generation of industrial revolution, invention of information technology, internet, etc., that brings to society 5.0, the future society, was proposed in the first Science and Technology Basic Plan, Society of the Future, as a continuation of Society 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and Society 4.0 in the information society. Human capabilities are limited. Information overflows, need help to analyze this information. Openness, egalitarian, and liberalism of the city is the state city of evolution, city 5.0. I call it city of robots. And now, the next picture, please. Come the coronavirus and pandemic. COVID-19 in the smart city has rapidly changed the rule of society. All social activities are temporarily restricted. Seeing this condition, smart city will also be helpless against this pandemic. But many of the concepts in smart city can provide solutions to the problem of spreading the virus. For example, the ability of technology to support information dissemination activities through digital techniques quickly without direct contact. How is this virus spread? The virus causes COVID-19 develops through the droplets from saliva, breath from an infected person. Based on this condition, it is recommended that a minimum distance of 1.5 meters between humans, and prevention procedures have become a necessity in modern society, namely wear masks, wash hands, and keep distance. Again, we must be accustomed and ready to coexist with this disease. The hope of prevention through vaccination is still a question. And come to this next pictures, please. The music you can hear. No, no music. Oh, we cannot hear it. Oh, through this picture, through this video, I want to speak about the possibility to come and huge peoples around. Is it possible now? I think it is only dreaming. I hope this will become again. No music, no? Okay, no problem. So in this picture also, pandemic 19 in Indonesia, COVID-19, it increased slowly but sure, and I have rated over 3% of the victims are dead, and in the world only 2% over. And Java Islands, as the next picture please, Sona. Java Island is the higher densities in the Indonesia, and Papua is the rare, and it has seen Java is the most densities in Indonesia, or nearly 10 times in Indonesia. And conclusion, Indonesia is struggling to develop its cities into smart cities. As the latest situation develops with the COVID-19 pandemic, the following must be prepared. It takes a transformation of IT infrastructure, personal data protection laws. We must be careful about this. Progress in the transportation sector is an absolute requirement in the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and 5.0. But this will also be accompanied by restrictions on the number of passengers in the public transportation. The condition of urban finance can be critical because the lack of in development due to the fourth industrial revolution. If our cities are not prepared for it, this condition is further complicated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Extra large expenditures must be provided to put the brakes on city activities. The predictions of two-thirds of the urban population living in urban areas remains to be proven, because pandemic conditions will also hamper the flow of urbanization. The distribution of population from cities to rural areas should be encouraged to prevent the formation of disease clustering in the cities. There are many more limitations that we will encounter which change all the paradigms that have been discussed so far. Ready for jobs. To deal with the population explosion in 2050, we must see again. Prevent the centralization of population in big cities through the spread of employment opportunities more widely through the digital capabilities of the city. And the last is designing city developments that anticipate the problem of spreading infectious diseases such as the COVID-19 pandemic and also other diseases. Next, the hope that Indonesia's delay in developing its cities to achieve smart city standard has benefited from this COVID-19 pandemic. Now is the time for us to see more appropriate standards for sustainable cities in the 21st and 22nd century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Urasian, for the very interesting presentation. Let's give big hands to Professor Urasian. Now we have question and answer session. Please feel free to ask in English or Indonesian if you would like to ask Professor Widodo or Professor Urasian.
Professor Pram, I want to give a question.
Please raise your hands. Please raise your hands.
Professor Charles.
Yes.
Moderator, Santoro here. I would like to ask Professor Widodo.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah. Giving the thought that you mentioned, Prof, regarding the P factor, the people factor. Now, I think more or less we know how is the situation in Jakarta in particular.
Yes.
Now, I would like to draw your thought or to ask you, if you are given a task to do something what you are just now saying, what would you do to Jakarta?
Well, that hypothetical question, I don't want to become Ahok. Well, but
No. I think there have been enough thought about that
Yes.
issues, yeah. But I don't think there is enough work or actions to realize what has been taught. Now, giving a scenario of the current Gen X and Gen Ys in the country, what would you do?
I think one of the most important tasks is through educations. At least we start from the family. This is a generational issue. We cannot solve the problem just in one day or 1 year. We need maybe another generations. We give the younger generation a chance to act. And second is to introduce them really into the reality of world and how to put empathy back into their heart. I think we have three components of education. One is psychomotoric, second is cognitive. These two are no problem. It's very easy to train the cognitive and psychomotoric knowledge and so on because we have all these facilities. But the most important and difficult part is how to infuse the value, the affective aspect that can distinguish the good and the bad. You know, so if we don't start, I give you an example. For example, like just now I talked about how to distinguish between what you need and what you want. This can be applied directly in educations. It can be applied to our children directly. At school also, maybe we need to change the way we teach the pedagogy from the classical models into a blended learning models. By on-site, push them to the side, and then do these interactions with the real people dealing with real problems through flipped classroom model to blended learning models, abandon all these old pedagogical models. So S3 is strong believer in this the approach through a change of mindset and a change of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, appreciate your thought, Prof. Now, we know very well how our Gen X and Gen Y behaving these days, right? And this has been the key issues, I think, in the region too. Now, by saying what you are saying, I think we need many generations for us to achieve such changes. So now Jakarta is acute issues.
Well, I think if you're talking about the practical issue like Jakarta, probably the movement of the new capital to Kalimantan is one solution. That means they abandon the past and then start afresh with a new paradigm in urban design by putting nature more in the central positions. The new capital design, the new way the capital, new Jakarta or whatever, design as the city close to nature, the walkable city, the empathetic city. This open up into a possibility. I think that will be a shortcut. But of course, now is an issue of money and then all the complication of moving the capital to the central city. But that probably one of the easiest solutions. Jakarta itself has accumulated a lot of problems since the colonial period, since the period of VOC. And then many things happening there. It's become a big problems now. It's just abandon that. And second, of course, is to disperse the populations to the provinces. We strengthen the regional autonomy law and also policies to give the regions more power to retain the resources that they have and use all these resources according to the constitutions. First, not for creating devisa, not for tourism, not to create all this nonsense of these beautifications or UNESCO listing or whatsoever, but use the money to build to make the infrastructure better, to affiliate the poverty, follow the 17 SDGs commitments that we will erase that 17 Sustainable Development Goals commitment by United Nations by 2030 or slightly delayed. but commit ourselves to that. I think that could be on the policy level, that translated into urban design, translated into the economic policies, that it may change the situations.
Thank you for your thought, Prof.
Okay. Could you show those questions?
Want to give a question, Prof?
The next question is
Daniel.
for Professor Ibrahim and Professor Widodo. The question is written by using chat. The question is like this. How in society 5.0 divided into groups of good and evil? How to anticipate if evil can be recovered by pretending to be good, but actually is the biggest crime that is controlled by a few qualified bad people? Maybe Professor Widodo first and then Professor
No, I think I
Ibrahim.
already answered online as well. I just typed my answer. It's more or less the same. So it's through education, we will strengthen. Well, I say that basically most of us are gray people, not really black and white. There are very little people who is white and some of them are black, but most of us are gray. So I think it's the best way is to inculcate it, the value system, the change in the attitude, to put more empathy so we can see more light. So if we can convert these gray people into slightly white with more heart, I think the situation will getting better.
Okay, thank you, Professor Widodo. And Professor Ibrahim?
Thank you for the question. It's a very judgmental question between right and wrong. It's a matter of values. But the message I'm trying to convey in this webinar, basically, change is coming, whether we like it or not. All around us, things are going to change. And the bad news is change is happening fast. So my message to everybody is adopt and adapt. We have to understand why the change are happening. And we ourselves, the person ourselves, we need to find out new ways to do our life in accordance to this change. I'll give a very simple example. I have a daughter, 18 years old. Internet and handphone is all those things that they are very keen of using. So I noticed that if I were to advise my daughter while she is holding the handphone, it will not work because my advice will go in the right, out in the left. So what I normally do, I freeze the use of the handphone, maybe 1 or 2 days, and let her distress herself, let her become active at home with work, chores, and all that. The moment her situation is different, meaning she's more relaxed and she's more willing to listen, that's where I will advise her what are the things that I need her to better herself. So the point here is we, all of us, have to understand how to adapt and adopt to these changes so that we can keep to our original values of good and bad and so on. So I suppose that's the thing that I was trying to mention. Yeah. I mean, we can't run away from these changes. No way we will be able to differentiate ourselves unless we live in the jungle and by ourselves. As far as we are in a society, then we have to think and we have to innovate in tandem with whatever changes that is happening around us. Thank you.
Hello.
Prof. Charles, I want to give a question.
Charles, Professor Charles. Professor Charles. Hello. I cannot listen your voice. Professor Charles, if you're listening to me, I just want to, this is my question to both of Professor. My name is Sahri Ramadan. I'm a student of Magister Renewable Energy. So my question is now, which your prediction with through this society 5.0, of course we know the Japanese is an initiative for the men like, yeah, because this is Japan is different with the other, but for us between the gray area, like Professor say, and then the Professor Ibrahim say, we become a lazy. At the lazy, we have a time, we have a tools that we can create the crime so very high. The cyber crime will be high, or this will be between a balancing between the good and the bad. This is the opinion, only the opinion. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe I just touch the first one that's on the Japanese. I think the 5-0 things is the idea of the Japanese based on their situations of the aging society and then the issue faced by Japan. So I don't think we need to adapt that. So we can have our own version of 5.1 or whatever, but give it whatever names. But in my opinion, let the Japanese face their own problems. And then we have to solve our own problems. The problem with Malaysia, problem with Indonesia is very different. The scale is different. The complexity is different. So that's why I always believe in the strength of the local wisdom.
Okay.
In these globalizations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prof. Charles. Okay, I want to ask to both of your professor. Thank you, Professor Johannes Widodo and Professor Ibrahim. Thanks for the presentation. I want to ask you something. We enter the new life, but we don't know that people doesn't have a change from her life. We talk about Nexus, we talk about sustainable development goals, we enter the new normal life, but we don't know how to change the thinking of people to make them to be a good mindset about change. That Prof. Ibrahim said that change will coming, but we don't know. We don't know that people don't have a skill, don't have a good management to enter the new life. We talk about the renewable energy, but the fossil fuel is always do. All project is always realized for fossil fuel. So that my opinion is why this always be happen in this country, in other country. We talk about sustainable development goals, nexus, food, water, and energy, but the people have not ready to enter that period. So make a mindset of to me that this will be realized for next or people like us. Yeah, we have school. We know we all this webinar is very from good university, have a status from bachelor degree or master or professor, but we don't know how about people that they not have money for school. But the change of this new era should be changed from now today life to next life, like 5.0 or like IoT or anything. So please give me your message that people have been should get to change from now to the next. Thank you.
Ibrahim, you first. You want to answer that?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Basically, I mentioned earlier that there will not be any barrier in education in the near future. Give an example. During our times when we were growing up, talking about sex education is a taboo. Like we can't even imagine about it, or we can't even try to talk about it. But today's generation, they have access to all the information, whether we knew it or we don't know about it. But our kids and our youth, they are accessible to all this information and they know about it. What we need to do basically is to give them responsibility on their learning and to make them understand, at least from our perspective, we have a value to uphold to, meaning to say there are things that what you do will be right, and there are things that against the universal values which are wrong. So it is our responsibility, especially our generation today, to deal with the younger generations that while they are picking up all this information from the cyberspace, from the internet or whatever sources they're getting, it is our responsibility to share with them values. And education-wise, in my slide I was mentioning just now, everybody will have access to information. It's a matter of who is hardworking and getting it or who is left behind. No matter if you are in the rural or you're in the urban area, when it comes to access to information, when there is a will, there will be a way. Because today's society, they are changing in their mindset. Things come to their mind and accessible to them. And our challenge to basically is to put values into them and to guide them and to make human out of them. In Malaysia, we have this Majlis Falsafah Pendidikan Negara. Falsafah Pendidikan Negara technically is not only about educating the children, but it's about making humans out of our kids, making them understand the values of respect, honesty, integrity, ethics. So it's not only about knowledge, but it's about all these effective domains that we have to work hard to bring them in. So the challenge with us now is that the surroundings are changing faster than the kind of efforts that we put in. So I guess it goes back to ourselves, how much effort we are paying attention to our kids. But one big problem which I noticed in urban scenario is that both father and mother, they are very busy and they don't really, if you reflect on yourself, you don't really have time to sit down with your children, no matter it's weekends, because when weekend comes, then you will go shopping, buying food for the next week. So time with the children, interaction with the children, playing games with them, those are the values that are missing in the society that is trying to adopt these changes. Thank you.
I think to add into that, I think one practical solutions or way is just to push, for example, if you ask someone to learn to swim, is push them into the swimming pool, not by theories. If you want to make students understand the poverty, let them homestay in a slum for a week or something, or leave them on the street, or during the Christmas or Hari Raya, invite one homeless people home, or let them distribute the food to the needies. So they understand, and really when they eat McDonald's or eat all this big food at home, they will remember how this fellow children out there have no home, have no enough food. So I think like pandemic is a good way to educate the people that death is because of our cause, because of our irresponsibility, not wearing masks, not keeping all this distance. And then you kena COVID and then you die. I think something that we learn also from disaster like tsunami in Aceh. If there is no tsunami, there is no peace in Aceh. People just fighting each other. So I think the nature or God have their way to teach the recalcitrant people, orang yang keras kepala, right? So that is the nature of human until the disaster struck, and then we have the opportunity. That's why I always say COVID is good for the sake of our conversions.
Thank you, Prof. Johannes and Prof. Ibrahim. I very appreciate for your answer.
I have, hello, moderator. I have one question to Professor Ibrahim. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please, I can hear you.
Okay, now, we understand very well how Malaysia government agency has been so structured. You mentioned just now about agent for change in terms of accepting the new material, etc. Now, for leading researchers, university, etc., I think we are all having the same issues here, whereby the government institution has been so structured, and to break the barrier is always a challenge. Where do you think it will go this? I mean, in the era of changes, new technology, new material is being found, this and that. Your thought, please.
Thank you for the question. Actually, if we have our way, we need leadership. I like to agree that leadership is the main thing. If you have a good leader, if you have somebody with knowledge and with passion, with empathy, they will be able to change on a bigger scale those people that they have authority on. I'll give you a very good example. Like if a leader cares about the pandemic, for example, then their mind and their soul and their work will practically be on that. That will be their priority. So in that way, I don't want to give example otherwise, but what I'm trying to say is leadership is the thing, whether at the government level or at the ministry level or at the institution level or even at home. Leadership doesn't mean that it must be somebody with authority. Even at home, we and our children, we are able to start change towards betterment of our future. So to me, the answer will be leadership, because leadership is everything. But that doesn't mean leadership is those who are prime minister or president or pak menteri or those who have authority dan sebagainya. Leadership here is ourselves. We are a leader in our own family. We are a leader in our own home. We start change from our family, and we will affect this change to our neighbors, to our relatives, to our friends. And that would be a very strong power. It's a people's power. When change starts from the bottom, then the leadership, those with authority, they will also follow suit. I sincerely hope that that is important. But I have to mention, Indonesia is moving in the right direction. I'm very happy to see the changes that universities are doing in Indonesia.
Thank you, bro.
Con chat đi. Chat đi nào. Thôi mở cái này cho con. Có chat riêng không? Có ông nào đấy? Host. Ông host, ok. Tôi là hai cái gì? Hai biết. Tôi là Nguyễn, tôi từ trường đại học xây dựng Việt Nam.
From
Hà Nội University.
Kenapa dia yang ini?
These sessions, okay, and let us again, let us give our big hands to all the speakers. Thank you very much. In the next session, I will hand over to the Master of Ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the plenary session 4, 5, and 6. We thank so much to Professor Mahal and the speaker for the plenary session. Let's give a big round of applause once again. Come on, everybody. Yeah, I know it's a very applause, but we appreciate that. So thank you so much. Now we are moving to the panel session 2. Once again, we would like to remind you that the presenters, please be prepared because you will be directed to the breakout room as arranged by the committee. And as a gentle reminder too, we would like to tell you that Catalog Pro and Asrinesia will give you interesting merchandise for those who ask questions during the plenary session. So make sure those who can ask questions, contact the committee. They will provide the interesting merchandise provided by Catalog Pro and Asrinesia. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here is the panel session 2, and have an excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first ICoSAE or International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering with the theme Building Infrastructure and Technology Towards Society 5.0. We're very sure that you had an excellent presentation, and we hope that everything that you have done so far will be beneficial for the development of the education itself and also for the betterment of our daily lives. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have informed you in the beginning, that Catalog Pro and Asrinesia give you interesting merchandise if you asked any questions during this panel session or the plenary session. So if you are one of those who asked questions in plenary session, make sure you contact the committee because they will deliver to you the merchandise that Catalog Pro and Asrinesia have provided. Move on to what BCI Asia and Construction Plus have provided for us. As I have mentioned before, that BCI Asia and Construction Plus give us voucher, or to be exact, give you voucher worth 500,000 rupiah for 5 people by simply go to your Instagram and follow at Construction Plus Asia and at first ICoSAE or one at one STICOSAE. Then take a selfie with BCI Asia magazine, and you can put caption join webinar first ICoSAE with us. I think we already have 10 lucky people who won the voucher. Sorry, I mean 5 people to win the voucher from BCI Asia and Construction Plus. Okay, so now on your screen, we've seen that we are seeing actually there are 5 pictures posted on Instagram. I don't think I can see clearly from here, but I'm pretty sure that you can read the name of each account that wins the voucher worth 500,000 rupiah for 5 people. So it means that each account will get 100,000 rupiah voucher. The voucher will be for OFO or GoPay. So please contact the committee so they can deliver the voucher straight to you. And make sure it is you who posted the picture and that is your real account. Okay, some familiar faces there, right? Are we done? Okay, are we good? Okay, so move on with another voucher, or let's say another gift that we got this afternoon. It's from Construction Plus. It is free subscription for 1 year for 10 lucky people during this conference. Just by follow at Construction Plus Asia, and you can DM to the account by typing ICoSAE and construction, and you will get 1 year free subscription to the app. So just do that, and then the committee will contact you for that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think on that note, we have come to the end of this international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering. It is time for us to hear closing statement from the head of the committee. Time is yours to Mrs. Ulinata STRs MT. Mic-nya nggak hidup.
Thank you. Salam Uki Hebat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're so sorry if you didn't really hear what the head of the committee said because due to the technical problem. But actually, we have come to the end of this international conference, and that actually wrapped up our first international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering. Is there anything that the committee wants to say before we officially close this program? I hope the participants bear with me for a few seconds as I am trying to read the clue from the committee. Okay, it seems that the committee wants to announce the best paper for this international conference. And the head of the committee will announce the best paper for this first international conference on sustainable architecture and engineering. So time is yours, Mrs. Ulinata. Let me invite you once again to come on stage.
the winner of the best paper or presentation by participants today, and the winner is Mr. Bintore Leonardo Sitorus from Universitas
Suaranya apa
Indonesia,
kedengaran?
and then Mr. Lutfi Prayogi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, and Dr. Leonard Isafali from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, and the last is Mr. Suntorojo from IWF Malaysia. Congratulations to the winners. And the committee will send you all the certificate of the winner. Thank you.
Sekali lagi. Yang mana? Saya bantu bacain lagi. Yang ini. Thank you very much to Mrs. Ulinata. As we understand that due to the technical problem, some people couldn't hear clearly. That's why we need to read again the results that we've got so far from the committee, just to make sure you can contact the committee. I'm going to read once again the name that mentioned before by the head of the committee. We have Dr. Suntoro Cho from IIUM. And then we've got Mr. Bintora Leonardo Sitorus from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. And also we got Mr. Lutfi Prayogi from UMJ. And also we've got Dr. Leonard Lisa Pali from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. So those here mentioned before, just to make sure you can contact the committee, and we're pretty sure that the committee will reach you again to make sure that you got the best paper for today's international conference. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to thank, on behalf of the working committee today, we would like to thank all the speakers, also all the presenters, the moderator, and all the participants. And we would like to apologize so much for the inconveniences that you have experienced during this conference. But we hope to see you again next year on the second ICoSAE, or International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering. My name is Herto Bastian Abul, signing off. Thank you so much. Stay healthy. God bless you, and bye-bye.
Main lagi.
Thank you.